Call the House back into order. We are at that order of business, and I'd like to make an introduction. Most everybody else gets to go down and make their introductions from the dais, but I'd like to ask for a personal privilege if I can get somebody to let me do that. Granted. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to introduce you to some people that see how light it is in this building? Not just what's coming through that beautiful stained glass or behind me, but if it wasn't, those lights would be on, and that's because those folks right up there make sure that we have the ability to have lights when it's not light outside. I'd like to introduce you today to what we have, our elected directors and employees from across the state representing Wyoming's rural electric cooperatives. In the gallery, it is my honor to introduce Bighorn Rural Electric Association based in Wyoming, Bridger Valley Electric Association of Mountain View, Wyoming, Carbon Power and Light out of Saratoga. Yes, clap for your people. Garland Light and Power from Powell, High Plains Power from Riverton, High West Energy from Pine Bluffs, Lower Valley Energy from Afton, Wyoming, Niobrara Electric Association out of Lusk, Powder River Association or Powder River Energy out of Sundance, Wyoming, Wheatland REA out of Wheatland, Wyow Rural Electric Company out of Lingle, Wyoming, and Fall River Rural Electric Cooperative out of Alta, Wyoming, keeping the power on for all of us. Thank you for being here. And we could probably even mention the lobbyist that all of us get to know and meet and visit with. Mr. Sean Taylor is hidden behind those folks up there. So welcome to the House. Thankful to have you here and thankful for what you do and what you provide for the people of the state of Wyoming. Keep up the good work. Thank you. Representative Pendergraft, do you have something you'd like to share with the body?
Mr. Speaker, privilege of the floor.
Please.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have a bit of an announcement. I'm going to ask each of you to go to the back of the room sometime this afternoon. Please have it done by close of business adjournment today. We are planning on having Coach Jeff Mowry of Sheridan High School here on Monday, and we would like to present him with an informal resolution. And this is congratulating him and his staff and his teams on an unprecedented streak of victories. And I definitely would love to have everybody's signature on there, especially the great coach from the center of the state. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Pendergraft. Are there any other privileges? I think, do we have one? Okay. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we are at that order of business of Committee of the Whole or General File. So, Mr. Majority Floor Leader, I would entertain a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move that the House resolves into the Committee of the Whole.
I've heard the motion of the Majority Floor Leader. All those in favor signify by saying aye. All those opposed, no. I'm not going to call for division because we're going to do this. Representative Guggenmoss, please come and take the chamber.
Committee of the Whole will please come to order. The first bill for our consideration is House Bill 270. The reading clerk will read the bill.
House Bill 270, sponsored by Representative Baer, Permanent Mineral Trust Fund Spending Policy. Mr. Speaker, your Committee Number 2 Appropriations, to whom is referred House Bill 270, Permanent Mineral Trust Fund Spending Policy, respectfully report same back to the House with the recommendation that it do pass. Ayes, Representatives Alaman, Angelos, Baer, Haroldson, Pendergraft, Smith. Noes, Representative Sherwood. Representative Baer, Chairman.
You've heard the reading of the bill. What is your pleasure, Chairman Baer?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move that when the Committee of the Whole rises to report, it do so with the recommendation that Bill number 270 do pass, and with that, I will give the explanation of the bill. Ladies and gentlemen, this is an opportunity for us to change the direction of our state in the way that we invest our funds, with the anticipation that that 30% that we're currently getting in revenue from our investments would increase, whether that's for increased spending or whether it's to make up for a loss in revenue in other sectors. But it's always a good idea, if you have saved money, to invest it in the most prudent way to make the best return on your investment. A couple of years ago, this body took action on a couple of our accounts to allow our investment team to invest funds in a more aggressive manner and get a higher rate of return. For the last 10 years or so, we've been averaging about 5%. The first 5 years of that, we were well over 5.7% return on our investments. The last several, we've been in below 5, about 4.7. And the reason that is because our investors have to invest in the types of investments that allow for cash flow because of the amount of money we've determined we want to take out of our savings account for spending. So this bill and the one following are about determining how much money should we take out of our savings account each year or each biennium to spend. These particular bills reduce the spending policy amount from 5%. Usually we take a 5-year average of our balance, and we take 5% of that savings account, that 5-year average, and we put that into our spending accounts. So visually, if you could think of this window up here, is those great accounts. One was created by our active admission. We'll call that the one that's clear and doesn't have a shade over it. That whole big window behind the chair would be called our permanent land fund for school funding. That came out of our active admission when we were given, section 16 and 36 across the state for funding our schools. And let's think of the fund, all the land leases and mineral rights and all those things are coming down through the clock, coming down that column on the right and going into that account. And that account, we can invest it somewhat, and we can't invest it greatly because we have restrictions on that account that we can only get interest off of it. But then that interest would come out of that account and would flow out through this body, through the superintendent and out to our schools. We're going to talk about that in the next bill. But also on this window, we have the top part that's shaded. That's our permanent mineral trust fund. That's something that we put into our Constitution here in the state of Wyoming. And we have, going through the clock, we have severance taxes from our minerals that come down, flow into this column and into that account. And then they flow out of that account into our general fund and into all the different things that this body has decided we want to spend money on. And there are many, many other accounts. And we will work on those over the next couple of weeks to discuss whether some of those accounts should be eliminated, whether they should be simplified as far as how the transfers happen. And I hope that you will support efforts to make this much more simple Our executive has often said he'd like to get down to one checking account and one savings account. The more I learn about our finances, the more difficult I see that being, but that should always be our goal for two reasons. One, it should be simple for the people of this great state to be able to understand how our finances work. And number two, this august body certainly should understand how our finances work. And for decades, it has been incumbent upon a few amongst us to really grasp it, and the rest of us have depended on that few. So I will make it my endeavor during this session and hopefully the next to continue simplifying our finances. This is the beginning of that, and this is also an effort to create more revenue in the future. Does it require that we restrict our revenue now? It does. I just had a model created. What would happen if we enacted this particular legislation? And what I'm asking to do is, as that money comes out of the general or the permanent mineral trust fund, the shaded area, and comes down that column. Let me stop for just a minute. I've provided all of you with some visual aids you can look at, but this book here is, oops, not supposed to show that. Your 2025 data book, page 17, has this account flow that I'm talking about. So if you can turn to that, you can also access that via the Wild Edge website. And I sent you an email, and there's a printout. So the printout was put on your desk that shows you how this flows. So as we're looking at this, the severance taxes come in through the clock. They come into the shaded area, our permanent Wyoming Mineral Trust Fund. That fund, it's about $12 million, is gaining interest and dividends. When we get those, it flows out of the column and it goes down into the general fund. From the general fund, it goes into the LISRA, and there's certain policies that determine how much, and you can see that in the bottom left corner of the sheet that I gave you. It also goes into the SIPA account. We've had several discussions about funding our Department of Corrections, and you can see at the bottom on the right-hand side, there's $10 million going out of SIPA into that account in the shaded area. But what I want you to look at is the dotted lines between the general fund and what's called the Permanent Wyoming Mineral Trust Fund Reserve Account. So up on the wall here, that would be this window right here. Again, you've got the Permanent Mineral Trust Fund, the shaded area, the column flowing down towards the general fund. But out of the general fund, we flow money into this Permanent Wyoming Mineral Trust Fund Reserve Account. Because of the restrictions in our Constitution, the predecessors here your appropriators determined that they'd like to work with the Treasurer's Office and invest funds in a more aggressive manner and make a higher rate of return. So they developed this account, and 2 years ago, we worked to develop it so that we would get to an area about 5 to 10 times whatever money has to flow out of that account to keep our funding going. So we're trying to save up money. We're not there yet. But when that gets to 5 times the amount that comes out of it, this is a checking account, it's a reserve account. When we get to 5 times the spending amount, we will have enough money in there that the Treasurer's Office, the executive number 3, will be able to invest those funds in a way that the balance will stay put. It will exceed the amount of money that we're flowing out of it. When it gets to 7 times, it will be at a point where we really don't have to worry about it, so we've kind of got a cap of 7 times. When it goes to 7 times, we're going to go through this light fixture here back in to the Permanent Mineral Trust Fund. Okay, and to look at that, You can see on the sheet that I gave you, you can see a dotted line going directly from the Permanent Wyoming Mineral Trust Fund Reserve account on the right into the Permanent Wyoming Mineral Trust Fund corpus. And then from there, you can see it continues to flow down to the general fund. So you can see, if we can get our investments going, we're going to have more money in the general fund. But to do that, currently, we allow 5% to flow out into the general fund. This bill is kindly requesting that we make a policy in this body to reduce that to 4.5%. When we reduce that flow, going down the column to the general fund, to 4.5%, we flow more money into that reserve account and we get to 5X faster. That 5X, again, getting that 5X is going to allow that account to be invested in higher rate return investments. When that happens, we cover our expenses with our own savings account, the interest of our own savings account. We can live off of the interest and dividends off of that account. That's the goal of this particular bill. And the following one, we'll talk about it. It deals more with the school foundation side. So with that, I hope I've clearly described what we're trying to do here. Hopefully the windows have been helpful, and I would stand for questions.
Representative Brown.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Not really a question. I would like to just say, ladies and gentlemen, this is a very, very big policy decision that you're about ready to make, one that I was tasked with 8 years ago in very many of your similar seats. Came in about this same time frame, and my speaker at the time walked in and he said, we're going to reduce our spending. We're going to do this. We're going to cut 0.5% from our spending policy. So really good idea. We can make this work. Let's do it. And when the speaker does something like that, you kind of just say, yes, sir, right? There were some concerns, but we wanted to reduce our spending. So we did it. And a little over a year later, we were back into session and we couldn't pay our bills. We had reduced the amount of money flowing into the general fund so significantly that we had to reverse action 365 days later and say we have to go back to the 5%. And I've heard the story more times than I care to tell that this was his single largest legislative mistake. Why was it his single largest legislative mistake? Well, it's because we do have bills to pay, ladies and gentlemen. I do think that we are going to see some cuts in our general fund. And some of those I think are going to be good. Some of those I think we're going to be a little bit of divisiveness coming out of this body. But at the end of the day, it's not about whether or not we find the cuts to be appropriate. It's whether or not we are paying for today's bills or we're putting money away into savings for tomorrow's bills. That is really the policy discussion that you're having right now. Try to bring that down as simple as I can. I'm not going to use the windows. I'm not going to use the flow charts like the speaker at that time used. I've seen enough of those flow charts and I get confused on them just as much as everybody else. What you're really talking about doing is taking 0.5% away of hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of millions of dollars available for you to spend today on the programs that we need, like our roads, our hospitals, 20 of 26 hospitals operating in the black or operating in the red right now, all sorts of these different things, right? We're going to reduce that spending today to ensure we have a higher rate of return coming in on more money in the future, and the policy statement is saying we're going to save today so we can spend tomorrow. I'm not either nor against nor for this bill. I'm going to listen to some of the discussion that comes up, and I'll end up casting a vote when we get to third reading and see what it looks like. But I also want to say I appreciate very, very much so the fact that we are having this discussion today at this time of day, and that we're not having this when we were here at 8 o'clock, 9 o'clock, 10 o'clock at night, when everybody's worn down, we're all clear-minded, we've just come out of a nice committee meeting, hopefully your bellies are full, because these are the really important discussions, and having these really in-depth conversations, to me, are not meant to be at 8 o'clock or 9 o'clock at night. And I think that's when we did this the last time. I think a lot of people were very, very glazed over by the time we got to this type of a discussion. And they were voting for something that they just weren't 100% sure that they knew what they were doing at 9 o'clock at night after 8.5, 9 hours worth of debate. So, interested in having the discussion. I appreciate the policy discussion before the body. And I'm hoping that some freshmen get up and have some questions about this, because this is a really, really big policy choice for this legislature.
Representative Lynn.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have a two-part question for the bringer of the bill. The first one would be, how long have we been at 5%? And the second one would be, earlier in this body, we voted to pass a diversion to the general fund of the use of the sales tax on cars. Can we sustain a 4% without that money? Thank you.
Representative Wasserberger.
Thank you, Chair Speaker. Just another question to ask the presenter of the bill. It sounds like maybe right now we're using kind of a pretty low interest, low risk type of yielding investment. It sounds like, from my understanding of listening to it, you're interested in maybe changing it up to where it's a little bit more risk averse, maybe going into some securities or maybe other types of alternative investments versus just like maybe, I don't know if I'm allowed to use this term or not. I guess I'll get called out on a second, but treasury bonds. And so I'm just curious, yeah, what type of alternative investments would those be? And I guess that's all I have to say for now.
Representative Harshman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate the bringer bringing this bill. I think every legislature should have this conversation. I think the good representative from Laramie County mentioned that. I got two handouts I sent out to you in your mailbox. Just briefly, the governor who flew 50 combat missions over World War II and then was our governor that we've named the scholarship after, 1968, $80 in the general fund. He previously ran against a severance tax on minerals. And then he convinced the legislature coming into 1969 session, and it's actually, I think, a legislator from Campbell County told the governor, and if you read that governor's speech to this body, he said, "Governor, I feel sorry for you. I'll carry that severance tax." And so a 1% severance tax was instituted. And then 1974, that governor's in his second term, there's proposals to raise the severance. He said, "I won't raise the severance tax, I'll veto it, unless you have a permanent plan to save some of this in a constitutional manner so it can't be raided by future legislators, to save some of our mineral wealth that we extract for the future." So it was actually a representative from Park County that wrote that bill, creating the Permanent Trust Fund. I served with his son in the 2000s here, sat in the back. And the Constitution required us to spend really all of our earnings. And it wasn't really until about the late 90s that we instituted this graph that you see, which is really a trust fund model. Sometimes it's been called the Harvard Trust or the Yale Trust. And so we started investing, but we set up a reserve account. So in the years where you had a really bad year and maybe didn't get any returns, you had a reserve account to kick back in to maintain those services, to steady the flow of income. So it's been a genius idea that our forebears put in place here, and that's what that reserve account is. And so the severance tax, we just had a bill to lower it on coal to 6%. You know, coal was as high as 8.5% at one time. We had a spending policy at one time at 10% on the Permanent Trust Fund. Remember back to the 80s when every CD was 10%. And so So we've adjusted that over time. I was actually in the legislature when we reduced it from like 6.5, 7 down to 5. And we just thought it's a pretty good spot for this. And we had several investment professionals that served on this floor that kind of led that effort. At that time, it would just click to 2 billion. So we started saving it in 1975. The people of Wyoming overwhelmingly passed a constitutional amendment in 74. And we started saving a constitutional 1.5%. It's been saved ever since. But then once we had the Jonah gas boom, we had coal bed methane, coal production really started to take off. So we decided to save statutory another percent because the severance has been 7 on coal, 6 on oil and gas, and that pays most of the severance. So we saved that other statutory 1%. So now we have a severance tax on these minerals of 6%. We currently save 2.5 or 41% for tomorrow's people. So we're saving 41% of the severance tax for tomorrow, okay, and investing it. So then a bunch of us, we ran these amendments, that bill to save that, we called it the 4x10. I still got that button. It's on the back of one of your handouts. I ran a copy. It says 4 billion in the PWMTF by 2010. And this is 2004. Nobody could even believe it would ever happen. Bam, 4 billion, doubled it by 2010. A quote by one of our founders on compound interest. And then we had to set out this other goal. Well, let's get to 8 by 18. Power of compounding, do the math on it. Bam, we hit 8 by 18. Today, market value 12 billion. Incredible. When I started in this body, 7% of our general fund revenue. Today, all these budget things you're voting on, 30% of your revenue. It's a permanent guarantee against an income tax in the state. We passed the biggest state in the union, #1 per capita on investment returns per person. Incredible, the work that's been done. And so I think I have 2 handouts, Mr. Chairman. The first one actually comes from the data book. It's got 2 sides to it. And I know the sponsor of the amendment had one prepared, but it's not the actual data book. But I want you to, the part that I circled up is the actual statute that's in the data book. It's not in that prepared sheet. But I'd like you to look at 94719. The purpose of this section, it to establish a spending policy for earnings on permanent fund. And it talks about how our whole investment strategy ought to work. The first goal, Romanet I, consistent, sustainable flow of earnings for expenditure over time. 2, protection of the corpus permanent funds against inflation. And 3, to the extent practicable, increase the earnings available for expenditure to offset the effects of inflation. Okay, so then I heard some comments on the actual amount that we've earned over all these years. I can forward you the report. It's on the Treasurer's website. I can forward you this report. I printed off the 1 page. Permanent Mineral Trust Fund, the last 5 years, 8.5% return. Last 15 years, Permanent Mineral Trust Fund, 7% return. Common School Account, last 5 years, 7%. Common School Account last year was 14%. So why is that happening? Well, part of this deal is because we've increased the size of these reserve accounts. Because they were so small before. When I first started, it was like 65% of the spending policy, 0.65. Couldn't even guarantee 1 year. And I know this is high-level stuff, but we had to invest it all in short-term cash. We made no money on it. Previous legislators now have got this into what we call a 7X. It's like 450%. We've gone from 65% to 450. Now we can invest it in total rate of return. That's why this return has jumped up, because we've finished this 7X policy on the school side, made 14% last year. We're one of the top sovereign wealth funds in the country. Incredible. So we're moving in that direction, in the right direction. The other thing it does for us, see, we're like every government in the world. We don't budget on cash. We budget on projections. And our committee number 2 a couple of years ago, I think, made a mistake, but they started taking Craig out 6 years. Well, you'd see after 4 years, our investment income would go to 0. So it looked like we were in crisis. Every time we look at that 6 years from now, Wyoming's fallen off the cliff. But it's not true because you can't see the investment income, which is 30% of our revenue. So by increasing that reserve account, we can project these in these projected revenues longer. Stability for our people. We don't have to scare everybody of massive cuts or tax increases. So this isn't about that window or that shade. With all due respect to the good chairman of committee number 2, it's really about dollars and how and I think the chairman of our transportation talked about, this is a debate between today's people and tomorrow's people. And there's always friction on that. Because we could spend all of it on us today. We could save all of it on the unknown Wyomingites of tomorrow. But there has to be a fairness piece in this. And every time the legislature debates this, we grapple with that issue. So the other thing I'd like to draw your attention to is that spending policy on what it really is. And what does the law say it is? It says it is 5%. Well, it's 5% of the 5-year market average. Okay, so if this handout is really important, it's got the 4x10 button on the back, it's got the statute of investment, but this one is really important. And this is something I've argued against for years, that I thought when we were in real downturns, and I'll just tell you, every day I've got the Windy City in the middle of the country, not in the middle of Wyoming, but the Windy City plays a huge role on our revenue. Because I always cheer for a cold, I can't say the word, the cold, windy city. Because when it's cold in that city, our natural gas, boom, the use goes up and the price goes up and our revenues go up. It's 45 degrees there today, not cold enough. Okay, but back to this handout, the statute says 5 years of the 5-year market average, 5% of the 5-year market average. So what does that mean? So as you look across, I've got the permanent mineral trust fund on the top going across and the common school account on the bottom going across. You can see the shaded are projections. The white is actuals. So what was, and if you go over, I circled those columns, the spending policy amount as a percent of market value. So that is this smoothing effect of a 5-year rolling average really tamps down. It's not 5 years of the most recent market average. So what is it? What was it in 2017? What was the spending policy? It's 4.6. What was it in 18? 4.7. 4.9, 4.4, 4.8, 4.4. Look at the projection for 24. 4.2, 4.4 projection, 4.6, 4.7, 4.8. That's the actual spending policy because it's based on a 5-year average. So it takes a smaller market value of 5 years ago and averages it with today. So it's not 5% of the 12 billion in the fund today. It's 5% of 5 years ago, 4 years ago, 3 years ago, 2, 1 today, averaged together. Does that make sense? So it's a smoothing that. Look at the common school account. Look at the actual spending policy in 17 was 4.3%. Then 4.5, 4.6, 8, 4.5, 4.6, and then look at the projections, 4.3, 4.5, 4.6. So I'd submit to the body, that's about where the spending policy is really at. It's about 4.5, and our predecessors did that for that reason, to tamp that down a little bit. So I would say to you that if we drop this to change that number from 5% of the 5-year average to 4.5%, these are going to be 4. I'd say that's too low for today's people. We got children in today's schools. We got elderly in today's nursing homes. Okay, so members, I think the last thing, I got a second handout, and I referenced it already. It's page 17 of your data book. And I would just tell you, this amendment doesn't simplify anything. We passed a bill out of here the other day, added another account in the severance taxes. What this bill does is constrict the amount of money that can go to today's people. And if you look at the fiscal notes on both those bills, ironically, I could use the same handout if you'd flip to the backside, because 0.45% of the SIPA on the permanent side goes to the common school account, and then the common school account gets knocked down. So it's going to be $44 million a year. Okay, we already did that with an FMR flow, so this will double that now to $88 million a year hit on this common school account and the fund that funds our children's education. So what does 44 million look like that these two bills do, Mr. Chairman? Well, you can see that total that I pointed to, the 8 smallest entire school districts in the state can be funded by that amount. Or it'll fund 40 out of the 48 districts, and we're ready to take that away. How are you going to make that up? What tax increase are you going to do? Because we can't print money like the federal government. Okay, you're going to cut spending. We're right in the middle of a lawsuit. I noticed committee number 2 honored the ECA for certified, but not for non-certified. And I'm staying on this, Mr. Chairman, but how are you going to make that up? Because I think that ought to be the debate. I plan to make this 44 million up with quarter-cent statewide sales tax. Okay, I plan to reduce school funding by 44 million. Get up to this mic and say that. Show us how. What district here do you want to cut? So, I think we're in a really sweet spot, members. Our forebears have done some incredible work for us. We don't need to take our effective spending policy from 4.5 down to 4. It's too low. My 96-year-old mother deserves better, and so do your little babies that some of you have are getting ready to go to our schools. And so it's that balance of today and tomorrow, and I think we've done really well for tomorrow. We continue to grow this fund to outpace inflation. We're going to be at $20 billion. Some of you will still be serving here. And it'll continue to fund our state forever. It's a beautiful thing. So I appreciate the bringer bringing these bills. Really important talk. And I just can't, and again, I just think it's a thing we all have to go through to, as we pull that thing out, that data book out from underneath our pillow as we sleep on it each night. It's so important. So hang in there, continue this debate, and then if we could vote no on these bills today. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Chairman Bear.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I suppose it's a good idea to interject here once in a while with my voice so you can all open your eyes and see that something else is being said. But I do appreciate the previous speaker's comments. And I'll bring you back to what he said at the beginning, what a great thing it was that that body did when they did the 4x10. Kind of sounds like 5 and dime. Great things happen when people get together and work together to get things accomplished. And they did do great things. And those 2 accounts that make up those windows are great things. Unfortunately, they don't keep up with what our great investment staff has decided it would be best. In fact, they've told us that we've missed out on about $5 billion since they really started doing this investment team out of the executive number three's office. And how did they miss out on $5 billion? Well, they were limited in those accounts with how they could invest them. That's why this august body decided a couple of years ago to create these windows on the side, these accounts on the side called reserve accounts, that when we get them to a volume that would allow those investors to invest them in equities, that's the answer to the good representative that asked about how these investments would be done. Once we can invest them in equities, we will get a substantial return. That's where we're missing out on that $5 billion that I mentioned, all right? I will take a moment, since we had quite a long discussion about the previous speaker's handout, and I'll just show you on this handout. Yeah, there was discussion about what that 5-year average is. That's a great discussion, and you need to think about that because that's in our statutes, that 5-year average. But I'll point out that the column next to the one that's circled is what is the amount that those different percentages ended up being. And as I look at it, I don't see one single time that the amount does not increase. We're on a trajectory for increase. And if you look at the rolling 5-year average or the market account on a particular year, those are all increasing. So what does that tell you about a rolling 5-year average? It's going to be increasing. And I would ask you to turn to page 46 in your data book. And then I'm switching counts. Now we're going to look at the bottom half window. That's our common school account. Because this august body had an opportunity to put a lot of money away recently. I'll point out that none of it went to the taxpayers that had that huge tax increase on their property taxes, but we did put nearly $3 billion additional dollars into these investment accounts, or these savings accounts. You can see that on page 46. On the far right, you can see a huge yellow part on that column. That was about $3 billion being injected into those accounts. So what does that do to your 5-year average? Not only do you have the normal growth based on returns, the market getting better, our investments growing and staying in those investment accounts, compounding, as the previous speaker said, but you also have this body when we have surpluses, putting them into savings. So those 5-year averages are growing. So we modeled out, I had our staff model out, if you look at the fiscal note on this bill, it talks about $28 million is that restriction that we're going to put on ourselves, $28 million. I asked the question, how long at $28 million with our current status quo as far as our investments, as far as our spending, how long would it take for this to make up for that $28 million? 3 years. 3 years, we would be back to where we're at now with just the flow that's coming out of this account, this window over here. We would make up for that $28 million. So we would restrict ourselves for 3 years, and then we would be on a very stable footing because of the ability to invest our funds and get bigger rates of return. Again, we're also going to be getting bigger rates of return just because of that 5-year average that I just mentioned. These accounts are growing, the 5-year average is growing. The question was asked, how long have we been at 5%? About 15 years. So the better question is, what was it before it was 5%? It was 8%. So in 1 year, this body decided to go from 8 to 5. And look at how long we've lasted at 5%, 15 years. I think it's pretty conservative of me to say, let's take off 0.5%. Now that 0.5% is significant. It's $28 million. But the good previous speaker, I lauded his efforts from several years ago when he was in committee number 2. And he got something taken care of out of our rainy day account, which is not up here on the wall. That rainy day account has a backfill for schools, okay? So if the schools don't have the funding necessary, we have a constitutional requirement, right, to fund them. There's a backstop on the LISRA to fund those schools. So this 28 million on the general fund side, we're going to have to tighten our belts if we approve this. But when we get to the next bill and we're dealing with schools, don't believe the crying story about not funding our kids' education. This body has an obligation to do it, and we're going to do it, and we have a mechanism already in place to ensure that it happens. In fact, we will probably have to use that. It was only used one time before, but we'll probably have to use it if we pass some of the tax relief bills that we're seeing in the other body that don't have a backfill. If you don't backfill schools, then we have to backfill schools through that mechanism. So we're going to fund schools no matter how we deal with this funding model. But on the general fund side, where we have complete control over how we do spending, we might have to tighten our belt for about 3 years. But future legislatures, our children and our grandchildren would benefit from that, from just wise and intelligent investing. Something that is now producing 1/3 of our revenues for our state.
Representative Larson, Lloyd.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would really encourage you to resist this bill, and I want to go back on a little bit of history that the good chairman of transportation alluded to about 8 years ago. I think that was maybe about my second year on committee number 2, and we at that time were concerned about generational preservation of the permanent funds. And we had this speech. It was really very similar, and it is. And we says, that makes sense. And with pretty robust debate it was over at the other building, the temporary capitol, and we passed that. And it was pretty short-lived before we said, whoops, that was a mistake. Come back and changed it. And the thing that made the biggest mistake was the impact on the LSRA that the good chairman of number 2 points to, because it's the backfill for the general fund side and it's the backfill for the school side. And so we get double gobbling that thing, and we got really nervous about how low the rainy day account was getting, and we even projected that we wouldn't be able to backstop the 100 million required by education, which is at 100 million. We changed that back to 5. It's leveled back out. I think his point is really has a lot of value when he points to that time frame of 15 years where that's worked well. It does work well, and it seems like that coat size just has worked well for you. The argument is fair that 4.5% of $10 billion is probably more than 5% of $4 billion, and we get that. But we have to build into that the services that we and that our citizens of the state expect of us, and the cost of those have also increased. I want to get to the reserve accounts and the history of those reserve accounts that the good chairman of number 2 is referring to in this 5X, 7X, 10X goal of what we're trying to do.
as a preface to that, I'd like to go back to the good chairman from the, or former chairman from the middle part of the state when he talked about the 4-before plan. And it took like 6 or 7 years to get to 4 billion. Then it took another 8 years to get to 8 billion. Last year, when we were at $10 billion in the PMTF, less than 1 year to get to 11 billion. That is astounding. That's what our investments are doing. Why are our investments doing so much more? And why did it take so long to get to 8 billion or to 10 billion? Is because our investment at that time was so conservative. It was really bonds. We didn't allow anything else. Then we put on the ballot Amendment A that allows us to start investing in securities and other more aggressive funds. Whew. It really took off. And the investment policy for the good agency that does that investment for us, then come back and the chief executive of that department, who is now serving as the chief executive of the state, come in and says, we ought to do more of that in-house. Probably save us millions a year. So that's why you see us having an investment committee in the House as well as those investment managers. We had the reserve accounts. The reserve accounts would get a tip if we didn't use all our funds, and he went through that showing the windows and how they would tip from one window to the other. The investment arm of the state came to us probably 2 or 3 years ago in CAPFIN, that committee that kind of works on that, and they said, as he points out, our investment managers take this allocation of funds and they invest it, and it's expected to be there for 8, 10, maybe even longer period of time to get the fullest maturity and return. But sometimes we need some of that. And so we have to cash those in earlier, and it comes at a penalty. We just don't get all the return that we could have, and it's cost us. So they said, if we could enhance those reserve accounts to where we could anticipate what each one of those accounts use over a 5-year, 7-year average and keep that in place, we'd invest that as well, but it would be more liquid, kind of like a long-term investment versus a money market. It'd be more long-term investment, and we could keep that long-term rate of return in place and gain. So 2 years ago, 3 years ago, 2 years ago, we put 1.4 billion with a B into those accounts. That conversation in this body was a challenge. Now, how we got that how did you get $1.4 billion in 1 year that you could create these reserve accounts to that point? When we had the public health emergency and there was that enormous infusion of federal funds, they let us replace general fund dollars because coincidentally at that same time, oil dipped down, and they said if you had a severe loss of revenue in that time frame, you can replace your general fund dollars with these. We had done our budget, okay? We had done our budget. We says $10 here, $10 here, $10 here, and then we replace those general funds with those federal funds.
Point of order.
What's your point?
I appreciate the history lesson, but we're getting far afield of these investment accounts. I understand where he's trying to go with it, but we're just getting so far off. I'd really like to keep it on the bill.
Mr. Chairman, this is exactly on the bill because his reference to the
Representative
reserve
Larson.
accounts and bringing them up to 5X, 7X, and 10X, I believe, was the words he used. We need to understand how we got to where we were at 7X. That's the conversation we're having.
Just stay on topic, please. Stay on topic, please.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. I need clarification. Am I not on topic?
The chair rules you're not.
Okay. All righty. So we have these reserve accounts, getting back on topic of 10X, 7X, that somehow, we put money into those, Mr. Chairman and members of this, to get us there. We've come light years, and we need to continue doing that, but not at the cost of our daily expenditures. We would have been at 7X had the body 2 years ago not fought so vigorously, and we had to reduce the amount that we put in. So this grand idea of enhancing these reserve accounts is not a new concept. And we've been trying to do it, but not at the cost of the services we provide to our constituents. Urge a no vote.
Representative Pendergraft.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. In preparing my remarks, I was reminded that brevity is the soul of wit. I want to keep this real simple. We heard in the earlier testimony about the exponential growth of our investments, far outpacing inflation. If we attach to that a ratio of our spending policy, that means our spending policy will grow exponentially and far outpace inflation. What we're asking to do is to go from 5% to 4.5%. We're taking a slightly smaller slice of pie out of a much larger pie. I'll leave it at that.
Representative Eklund.
Mr. Chairman, so I've been around here for a while, and I'm going to be as brief as I can. Those of you who know me know I can do that. We've had downturns that were unbelievable. They're worse than, I'm in agriculture, and it's just one crash after another, but nothing like minerals. When they crash hard, puts companies out of business and what have you. We've done it, I'd probably say 2.5 times. One of them people don't think was all that bad. It was only $300-400 million crash on our budget. And we're about to bring a bill that'll give us $500 million. Did I say million? I probably said, yeah, $500 million crash on our own state budget. But the 2 times that it was around $500 million, a little bit more than that. We had some savings. We had saved money and had those reserve accounts really flush. They're flush right now, but we're being told that'll be used to fund the schools if we do this tax cut, property tax cut. I guess what I want you to know, and I want you to understand, is that the crashes of minerals are very real. And it isn't necessarily about a 5% or a 4%. It's just trying to scramble to find enough money to make ends meet. Because the Craig report on 2 occasions just couldn't capture how bad it was. And I don't know how to emphasize that. I'm not as strong a numbers person as some of the other people have been, but I only been around 14 years, and we've watched our state budget about crash at least 2 times, I'd say 3 times. We were bailed out by COVID one of the times, and we had pretty good savings before we started in on that. And eventually, I guess we were bailed out. The economy of the state was wrecked, but we were given a bunch of money to operate on. And it wasn't right. I'm not saying that. And I kind of know where the bill's going. I'm probably going to be a no vote on it. I've seen the pattern of how things are running around here. But I want you to understand before you vote to change this policy that's worked pretty well and is still fairly limited, before you vote, make sure you know minerals crash, and they crash hard, and we depend on them.
Chairman Bear?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So some great points made there, all honest and worthy of discussion. But I'd like you to all pick up your new goldenrod. Oh, sorry, didn't mean to do that. I got to get out of the habit of that. Your goldenrod and turn to page 5. And 5 has the Permanent Wyoming Mineral Trust Fund Spending Policy Reserve Account. This window right here. We've been talking about getting it up to 5x so we can invest in equities and things that'll make a better return, like our number 3 executive and his team of investors would like. If you go to line 23, you'll see a big negative number of 191 million. Folks, that's the money that comes out of this account on a regular basis. You can see the grand total for that account, 534 million. We have got to get this account up to where we're making that 191 million every year. We're spending that 191 million. That's flowing into our general fund. Okay? That's a lot of money. That's what this body does. We control the spending of that money, but that is automatic. Automatically comes out of there. We want to get these accounts built up. Right now, we're not getting to 5x because we're spending it faster than we're putting it in. But in a short order, if we will just reduce our spending policy, tighten our belts for 3 years, we can cover that 191 million. And then it'll grow to the point where it's flowing back through the light fixture into our permanent account, where it's again flowing back to our general fund. I will point out the handout that was given by the good former appropriator that talks about the spending policy. He circled the percentages going up and down based on the 5-year average. And you know, the previous speaker talked about crashes in minerals. Well, I recall during the pandemic, oil was negative. I've never heard, I'm not even sure how you sell at a negative price, but it was. So that is a legitimate concern. And that is the very reason we should be growing these investments as quickly as we can, so that we're not as dependent on those industries which have great fluctuation based on either the administration of this country or other countries' policies or the economy or pandemics or anything else. But what I'll point out to you, I consider the pandemic to be in that 2019-2020 area. And if you look at this handout that was given to us, and you go from 2019 to 22, you can look at all those numbers on these investments. They continue to grow. And I guarantee you that those ARPA funds and those CARES Act funds, none of those went in here. This is all based on investments. Even in bad times, our investments were continuing to grow. I appreciate these speakers. I really think they're making my point, is that this is the best move that we could make, is tighten our belts for 3 years and have a self-sustaining fund.
Representative Wasserberger?
Thank you, Chairman. So it took me a little bit to kind of get my mind wrapped around this idea, ladies and gentlemen, but with half a percentage point going into something that diversifies the portfolio, it would make sense on why it would increase your rate of returns. You know, even if we're just doing a passive investment into like a simple index fund, I can't state the name of it, but it's, you know, the broad one that a lot of people are probably familiar with. If you look at the average rate of return on that over the course of 5 years, it's about 17.84%. And so with our current funds being at roughly ranging around that 4.5 to maybe a little bit over 5%, this would be a pretty strategic move. Diversification is key to being a successful in having your investments invested. I actually was running a very similar bill like this not too long ago that had just a very small allocation to an asset class that would make it to where you're able to outperform your rates of inflation. And so this is actually a really good bill, guys, and I am in favor of this bill. Thank you.
Representative Thayer.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank the bringer of this bill. I want to thank the good representatives from the middle of the state. As a new legislator, you know, I need to go back home and tell them why I voted for this bill and why, and the transparency. And I guess maybe it's a suggestion, or I think it's maybe an educational chance for myself, is when I look at one of the handouts that was given to us, can't use those as a prop, and then the one that was given to us by the bringer of this bill on the permanent mineral trust fund corpus, it says 4.5% of the 5-year average market value, but it doesn't have any numbers on it. It doesn't have any dollars, versus I look at the other one, and I'm a numbers person and I love numbers. And I need to know, and again, the last speaker just talked about percentages. When I go home to my constituents, I need to say, I can't give them percentages and numbers. I need to say, this is the dollar amount. This is what we had to reduce because, and so I ask, you know, that on the fiscal note, excuse me, as I was looking at the fiscal note and I ran a 0.005% reduction in our 5-year average, just real running numbers, that's like $500 million. That's so much different than when the fiscal. So I guess my question is, when we get pieces of paper for us to make smart decisions for our constituents, that it has those dollar amounts so we know what we're doing. Just a suggestion. Thank you.
Representative Nicholas.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. It's nice to be back here where I used to sit. I was back in the corner, and I just loved it back there, but this was my mic back then. So I want to make this pretty simple for why I'm opposed to this bill. And that is because of what's transpiring in this session with our appropriations for both the school side and the general fund side, we're in the negative. So when you're in the negative, this isn't the time to say, okay, we're going to even give less money to this body when we need the money in order to fund the budget that we have and the actions that this body and the body down the hall are taking. So right now, there's basically $251 million that's allocated for SIPA. But under the current bills that are out there and the actions from last year, we need $470 million in SIPA to cover the actions of this body. This basically takes the money away from SIPA, which means we're going to have to either go into the general fund or to the LSRA to cover the expenses that this body is appropriating for. So it doesn't make any sense right now to pull $24 million out of the SIPA contribution. It might next year or the following year, but it sure doesn't make sense right now. So why are we doing it? We're $470 million we need in various capital construction projects and other components of part of SIPA. You know, it funds both sides on the school side and it funds on the general side. So then let's talk about on the school side. Right now, we are $138 million in the negative on school funding. We've got 2.62 million in the accounts, and we're budgeting 2.8 million. So is this a good time to take money away that we feed into our school accounts? The answer is no. There may be a time when this is a good idea. And I totally agree with the good chairman of number 2 that the faster we can fill up those reserve accounts, the better off we are, and the more we save. I'm 100% in favor of that. And we'll do everything I can to, along with the good the chairman of appropriations, to do that. But this doesn't really do that, because right now we're underfunded on both sides of the ledger, on the school side and on the general fund side. And so we have to pay those bills. So we're gonna put money over here, but we got to take more out down here. It's really that simple. So next year, the year before, or the year after that, is this a good idea? It very well could be. If we get our permanent fund up to $15 billion, that 5% is going to be a lot of money. And and if you don't spend it, then it goes directly into the reserve account. And that's statutorily inviolate right now, just like our big funds on the reserve accounts. So we can have that higher rate of return and make more money on our money. So on and against, but on in favor of saving.
Representative Yin.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. So, members, I went to school for a very math-related major, but like every time bills come from our committee number 2 or even our finance Cap Fin committee, it melts my brain, right? Whenever we see tip overs, whenever we see these percentages and you have a whole spreadsheet of numbers, my brain actually melts. And I feel bad for the public because and our reporters, because this is basically impossible to report on. How do you talk to your constituents about what this number even means? It's really difficult. I guess essentially the way I would put it is this percentage number is a balanced number. So it's trying to figure out what's the right balance of the amount of income that we take from our trust fund income and spend versus reinvest in the trust fund. And so 0 clearly isn't the right answer, because then what's the point of a trust fund if you can't spend from the trust fund? More than the income that the trust fund makes also isn't the right answer, right? Because then you're going to start depleting the trust fund, and we don't want to do that either. So we have to pick some number somewhere in the middle. It used to be 8% is what I heard, and now it currently is 5%. In 2017, our Cap Fin committee actually had a bill to slowly decrease it by 0.25% down a couple of quarters. And by 2021, they realized, you know what, that number is actually not the number that we wanted. Let's go back to the 5% that we knew we had before, because that was the number that people expected. It also didn't put us in making more reliance in increasing taxes for our current spending. So that's the policy question that you guys really have to tackle with this bill, and probably other bills that we'll talk about, tip overs, et cetera. But how much of the trust fund income is worth spending today versus reinvesting for tomorrow? The more that we reinvest for tomorrow, the less that we have for today, but we may have more in the future. Tomorrow, will we ever bump that number back up? Probably, if we realize we don't have enough, and we have to ask our taxpayers for more. So I don't particularly want to ask our taxpayers for more today. So I'm for keeping the number as it is, which would mean voting no on the bill. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Representative Davis.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I guess I'm trying to figure this out. You know, it seems like it's a shell game here. We take 0.5% here, we put it over there, then we take what we have in savings and backfill that 0.5%. And yeah, that's a little bit confusing to me. You know, we have obligations out there, the state does, that we are ongoing obligations, you know. I've got so many notes here, it's almost confusing to me. But how's this going to affect the state with the current tax bills we're trying to offset here? You know, we've got a huge amount of revenue that we're going to be cutting from these current obligations that the state has. And to start, well, it seems like we're doing a lot of moving parts here before we even got any actual results out of it.
Representative Harshman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just 2 points, members. Really, I sent another handout of that investment returns for all of our funds. You can find that on the state website for the position that manages our funds. Okay, just 2 points, really, maybe 3. There was a comment that this will be back to where it was in 3 years, not according to the fiscal note. You know, it'll be 12 or more years if everything rolls correctly. I want to point to another part that we're going to backfill education with the LSRA. And that statute says we'll backfill it until the LSRA reaches 500 million. Okay, when we came down here, the LSRA was 1.9 billion. Today it's 1.3 billion. And there's a good chance it'll be under $1 billion when we gavel out here in another 5 weeks. So the backfill for education, also the LSRA, where does it get its money? It gets its money from the spending policy on the Permanent Mineral Trust Fund. If you just look at your flows, it comes down and separates to the SIPA and to the LSRA. So now we're going to reduce the backflow to the LSRA that is backfilling our education. It's going to run out of money, folks. And then finally, the last point that the bringer of the bill talked about, as I pointed out, that we really already have a 4.5% spending policy, but the numbers keep going up. Look at the column next to it, the spending policy amount. Exactly right. You go back to 17, 352 million spending policy amount. Projected 2029, almost 600 million. Okay, but then I just went into the website and pulled off another one. So that's a $250 million increase if everything goes good. But then I went to coal severance tax. This is what used to come into the state. 2015, 269 million. Projection for 2030, 88 million. We're going to lose 200 million in coal severance tax, folks. We just got to pay the bills. I don't want to take us back to 1969 when we got $80 in the checking account. And I just don't think that's, this is the third biggest source of revenue for our state. Got to handle it with care. And we've come a long ways in the last 50 years. So on and against the bill. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Chairman Bear.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The speaker over here previously said, you know, what can they take home to their constituents? And this is what you should start taking home to your constituents should you vote for this and pass this. Vote for it because you want to diversify. The good previous speaker said this is our number 3 funding source. Let's make it number 2. Let's make it number 1. I think that those previous members of this body that set up these investments, and I mean, gosh, we are so blessed. This is making another blessing for the future. I think the numbers speak for themselves. The fiscal note, I trust our staff that this fiscal note is secure because it's based on investments. We've been very, very consistent. Our Craig, for instance, we've done some analysis on how close do they get it on projecting the future on our revenue sources. And they've been plus or minus 5%. plus or minus 5%. I think that's excellent. So again, the modeling that we just did just a few moments ago, leaving everything consistent, and I do believe nothing's going to be consistent going into this new administration at our federal level. I think things are going to get really nice. Somebody earlier talked about, gosh, we've got costs going up because of inflation. Well, we all know why that happened. And I fully anticipate that going away and things getting much better. We've had that conversation about construction here before on this floor. There was discussion about the SIPA account. The SIPA account shows up on this handout, either the one you got from me or the one you got from the good representative from the center of the state. And you'll see that that dotted line flows from the Permanent Wyoming Mineral Trust Fund reserve account, that 5X to 7X, this window right here, into the SIPA account. If we grow that, we'll be able to fill that up. On the page 5 of your goldenrod, we talked about that $191 million. Where's it going? It's going into SIPA. So these funds are flowing right into each other. By the way, the SIPA account just flows into another account, folks. I mean, we're taking it right to the school foundation program for the building there. So it was the previous administration that created the inflation. You can see from our numbers that are on this handout that was given by the previous speaker from the center of the state, the numbers are going up, guys. In 3 years, we tighten our belts a little bit, we'll get there. Thank you.
Representative Davis.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. That, you know, when I go back home to my constituents and they're going to ask me, what does tightening up our belt look like? You know, I don't have a crystal ball, so I don't know what this looks like. Is there something that are we going to be short in services here or there, or what are we looking at that I can take home and tell them, hey, this is short term, we're just going to do it this way? So anyway, if you could enlighten me a little bit on that.
Representative Eklund.
Mr. Chairman, part of what I left out, I think I'll just use as an example. I think about 8 years ago, we were building high schools for $85 billion, which just seemed outrageous at the time. And it's about double now. It's about $150 billion. And we're hoping we get one built this year. It would have been a lot cheaper a few years ago. But that's better investment than we make on any of our permanent mineral trust fund or anything else. I can't remember making that kind of money. I don't think we are. Maybe we are, but those are the kinds of things that we need to have funds available to take care of now so that it doesn't get 10 times higher. I think that's been mentioned, but the example I can use are the schools and the construction costs for a school building. So keep that in mind. We're not going to have that money very available to do any of that.
Representative Harshman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And so when you go home, I think as you look at today's goldenrod, and hopefully some of this will clean up, but it'll get worse too. But we spent about $500 million on the general fund side, 450+ million, and we spent about $250 million on the school side. So that's what we've done since we've been here, not quite 3 weeks into this. And then in addition to that, we're proposing to shrink our revenue base. So I don't think that's tightening your belt. When you have to, cut 500 positions from state government, that's tightening your belt. And I'll just say this again, I think we're sitting at this sweet spot now with $60, $70 oil. And we are not in control of the price of that. The last time it happened, just before COVID, 2 countries in the Middle East had a price war. Boom, drop. Then COVID hit it. Other times it's been because of a boom in other states. But if the price of oil drops in this term of this 68th legislature, if it drops to $50, $60, we got some real trouble. Craig forecast isn't for $50 or $60 oil. And God forbid it doesn't drop to 40. And the problem is we're always opposite of the national economy. Low energy just booms the economy. And it empties our coffers. And it's a tough deal to be in. And a lot of you guys have been in the oil patch your whole life. You know what I'm talking about. So let's keep working to strengthen and diversify and strengthen our revenue streams, not shrink them. Thank you.
Representative Larson, Lloyd.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to bring your attention back to the page from the data book that shows all the dotted lines and the various boxes. And the comments that have been made is we have a backfill, we have a plan that on the school side, when we look at that, and if there's not enough funding in the school side, then we'll back that up with the LSRA. So there's 2 things that really concern me on that whole comment. Is one of the things that we're helping fund schools with is that box on the bottom right hand, which is the SIPA transfer. That 45% goes over the school foundation and is really dedicated to major maintenance on the school side. So now we're reducing that, which puts pressure on the school side to then use the backstop of the LSRA, which if you look back on this page on the lower left-hand side, the LSRA is going to be getting less funding as well, as the other previous speaker noted. And so we're reducing the capacity of our backstop to backstop and moving forward. This I again hope that you're able to track a little bit of this and realize that there's it's a really precarious trail that you're headed down there, and would encourage you to avoid supporting this at this time.
Chairman Bear.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Great opportunity to look at a little short-term history. We've gotten a lesson back to the 70s and 80s and 90s, but I just want to take you all back to the 67th legislature. You can look up the headlines yourself. This body.
Point of order, Mr. Chairman.
What's your point?
I was admonished recently to stop going into history. I think what's good for the goose is good for the gander.
Point taken.
I'll be quick. Last year, we passed a budget of $11.1 billion out of this body. The headlines say that the other body passed a budget of $10 billion. $1.1 billion difference. One body was able to make cuts, another was not. I fought hard in this body for $750,000 in cuts, but was defeated on every one, okay? When we get to the main budget next year, we're going to have a lot of money that we're working with. We don't have a lot of money this year because we spent 11.1 when we budgeted. So the question was brought, what are we going to do and what's it look like to tighten your belt? Well, the fiscal note says $28 million. We just in that CapCon bill had an amendment by the very speakers that are speaking against this to fund the arena in the middle of the state. It was about the same amount of money, folks. So I'll just remind you that if you really want to get there where you can spend a lot of money, you need to get a program that's going to bring revenue. You diversify so you can bring that revenue. So that's what tightening our belts is, about $28 million a year. Thank you.
Representative Wiley.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. You know, I remember back to last year, and I think that the budgets that we started the negotiations at a billion or a little above $1 billion apart, but I don't think we ended there. I think that gap tightened as we went through. I just, want to make sure that that's out there for the good chair of number 2 committee.
Chairman Bear.
He's right. That gap tightened all the way to the top. That's where it ended up, at the top. And we added a school that didn't have a Mercer report, still doesn't have a Mercer report. So folks, we have a chance in this body to do things differently. This will help for a short period of time. And then if this august body that's willing to save isn't here and we have another spendy body in the future, there'll be more money for them to spend. Or there'll be more money to keep from taxing our constituents. Question.
Just please remember to address the chair. Is there any question being called? Question being called. All those in favor of Chairman Bear's motion that when the Committee of the Whole rises to report, it does so with the recommendation that House Bill 270 do pass. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no? No. Division being called. Those in favor say, or please stand. All in favor, please stand. Please be seated. All those opposed, stand. Motion has been adopted, 30 to 23. House Bill 270, having passed the Committee of the Whole, the next bill for our consideration is House Bill 271. The reading clerk will read the bill.
House Bill 271, sponsored by Representative Bear. Common School Account, Spending Policy Amount. Mr. Speaker, your Committee Number 2 Appropriations, to whom is referred House Bill 271, Common School Account, Spending Policy Amount. Respectfully report, same back to the House with the recommendation that it do pass. Ayes, Representatives Alaman, Angelos, Bear, Haroldson, Pendergraft, Smith. Noes, Representative Sherwood. Representative Bear, Chairman.
You've heard the reading of the bill. What is your pleasure, Chairman Bear?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move that when the Committee of the Whole rises to report, it do so with the recommendation that House Bill 271 do pass. With that, I will give the explanation of the bill. Well, I was told by the good chair of transportation to just say ditto, but I won't. Folks, we're going to move to the other side, to that other window. This is the school side. It's the same story. I will tell you this, we're very close to 5X on this side because we don't pull as much out of that reserve account. And I'm going to bring a bill later of an account that has $92 million in it. We're not using that account. We're going to put it into that window. We're going to put it into that reserve account. This is on page 49 of your data book. It's the backside of the previous handout. I think the opposition brought other handouts that showed the numbers. It's the same story, same debate. It has to do with our schools, though. So you have the ability to defeat this if you're concerned about school funding. I think this is the right thing to do for schools. We're already at that almost 5X. Let's get it to 7X and then get that flowing back in. This, because we're going to be, if we make that, we pass that bill that I'm talking about putting the 92 million in, then the 3-year projection to get back to where we are today will be more like a year. So this is a really good deal on the school side, folks, especially if we put that 92 million into that account. So with that, I'll just ask for the question.
Representative Yin.
So, Mr. Chairman, thank you. And I agree that in some ways this is the same, but in some ways it's actually different because the amount of spending that we do in schools is actually something where there's a little bit more tension than just a number that we control for spending as a legislature. So the biggest concern here, I think, is if we shrink the spending policy, is that if our school spending is forced to go up because of forces outside of the legislature, then we're going to have to pull from our general fund or LSRA to backfill schools, which will reduce the amount of fungible spending that we'll have on other things. And I would love to hear from other members who were formerly appropriators, just to make sure that I didn't say anything incorrect there.
Chairman Bear.
Thank you for the question. I would just say that, the funds are smaller. If you look at the fiscal note, this one is 24 million instead of 28 million. The same is true of our LISRA. All of his points were true, that if we're going to continue increasing our spending, and by the way, there is an external cost adjustment that we're going to put on schools, that this number that you're going to see in the budget for this ECA, it's for 1 year because that's what our supplemental does. It's going to be doubled, and it is on a trajectory for increased spending. This particular side of our finances is on a trajectory greater than the average of inflation. And if you look at special ed and transportation, it's even greater. But what a great argument for creating a situation where we can fund those increases, where we can pay teachers more, where we can have the best public education in the world, we can have the nicest schools. We always struggle, as previous speakers have stated, the one from this county on the eastern side that stated that, hey, we have crashes in minerals. Same argument, folks. This is how you get past those crashes. This is how you do it. We're not in a crash right now. What better time is there to save than right now?
Representative Nicholas.
Thank you. So, ladies and gentlemen, this is actually probably more detrimental to our ongoing finances of school government than the previous bill. Because when you add in the ECA, and that's 66 million, and that continues to go up, and average CapCon for schools, we peg at about 160. Right now, it's around 224 million. We have the recalibration of special ed, and that's going to add another 35.5 million over and above our current budget. If you add the impacts to ad valorem, that's a loss of about 34 million just because of our 4% cap and the veterans exemption that we passed last year. There's currently a bill that takes major maintenance from 2% to 2.5%. On the school side, that's 43 million a year. That's coming down, and we're going to be seeing that shortly. And then you have the home exemption that is not fully funded. That's a $52 million slam to the school side. So by this bill, we make less money available to pay those dollars that I just talked about, because they're inviolate once they transfer into the reserve account. And it has to come from someplace else. Where is that going to be? The only place we have really left is the LSRA, because the general fund's already unfunded right now by over 400, almost $500 million. So on and against.
Question being called. All those in favor of Chairman Bear's motion that when the committee of the whole rises to report, it does so with the recommendation that House Bill 271 do pass. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed to no. No. Okay. I think it passed. Motion passes. Division being called. All those in favor, please stand. Please be seated. Those opposed, stand. Motion carries 30 to 28. 30 to 23. House Bill 271 has passed the committee of the whole. The next bill for consideration is House Bill 133. The reading clerk will read the bill.
House Bill 133, sponsored by Representative Gugumas. Sanctuary cities, counties, and state prohibition. Mr. Speaker, your committee number 7, Corporations, Elections, and Political Subdivisions, to whom is referred House Bill 133, Sanctuary cities, counties, and state prohibition, respectfully report same back to the House with the recommendation do pass with the following amendments. Ayes. Representatives Brown, Heft, Johnson, Knapp, Locke, Lucas, Weber. Noes, Representative Yin. Representative Knapp, Chairman.
You have heard the reading of the bill. What is your pleasure, Chairman? Is there a chairman? Chairman Knapp. What is your pleasure, Chairman Knapp?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move that when the committee of the whole rises to report, it do so with a recommendation that bill number 133 do pass. There is a standing committee amendment, and I will turn the explanation of the bill over to the sponsor.
Chairman Knapp, would you like to move the standing committee amendment?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I sure would. I move that when the committee of the whole rises to report, it do so with the recommendation that Bill 133 do pass, and I further move that the adoption of the standing committee amendment. Thank you.
Representative Guggenmoss, would you like to explain the bill and the standing committee amendment?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yes, this bill ensures uniform enforcement of federal immigration laws across Wyoming by prohibiting sanctuary policies at the state and local levels. It promotes cooperation between local governments, state employees, and federal authorities to safeguard public safety and uphold the rule of law. By penalizing noncompliance and restricting the misuse of public funds for sanctuary purposes, the bill prioritizes accountability and transparency. Its swift implementation will strengthen Wyoming's commitment to secure and lawful governance. And with that, I'll walk you through House Bill 133. On page 1, lines 1 through 7 is a brief description of the bill. Section 1 is creating 2 new statutes. On page 2, lines 3 through page 3, lines 23, it's establishing definitions. Page 4, subsection A, lines 5 through 18, gets into the meat of the bill on what is prohibited as it pertains to the governing body of cities, towns, and counties. Page 4, subsection B, line 20 through page 5, line 18, gets into the penalties of cities, towns, and counties violating subsection A. And page 5, subsection C, line 20 through page 6, line 2, goes into protecting state employees from being hindered from carrying out their official duties of communicating or cooperating with federal officials or law enforcement officers with regard to reporting immigration status information. Page 6, subsection D, lines 4 and 5, prohibits any executive order declaring Wyoming as a sanctuary state. Page 6, subsection E, lines 7 through 15, goes into the penalties of local officials or employees who refuse to communicate or cooperate with federal officials or law enforcement officers. Page 6, section 2 through page 7 amends 2 statutes by adding specific language to reference this bill. And page 8, section 3 provides for an immediate effective date. With that, I am open for any questions.
Representative Yukonmos, did you explain the standing committee amendment?
The standing committee amendment was just basically a switching of location for peace officers. I'm not exactly sure why that was recommended or done, but it really does not change anything.
Is there any discussion on the amendment? Representative Yin.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. Just to make clear what the amendment did, members, the folks who are elected safety people position that are in each of our counties came to us and said they didn't want their employees to be at risk of the penalties in the bill. They wanted to make sure if there were penalties that they bubble up to the top, so the people that would actually be penalized would be the sheriff or the chief of police, not the low-level employees. So that's what the amendment does.
Is there any further discussion on the amendment? Seeing none. Question having been called, all those in favor of the standing committee amendment number 1 say aye. All those opposed, no. The amendment has been adopted. Is there any further discussion on the bill? Seeing none. Question having been called. All those in favor of Chairman Knapp's motion that when the Committee of the Whole rises to report, it do so with the recommendation that House Bill 133 do pass. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. Motion carries. House Bill 133 has passed the Committee of the Whole. The next bill for our consideration is House Bill 206. The reading clerk will read the bill.
House Bill 206, sponsored by Representative Weber. Elections, Acceptable Identification, Revisions 2. Mr. Speaker, your committee number 7, Corporations, Elections, and Political Subdivisions, to whom is referred House Bill 206. Elections, Acceptable Identification, Revisions 2. Respectfully report, same back to the House with the recommendation that do pass. Ayes, Representatives Brown, Heft, Johnson, Knapp, Locke, Lucas, Webb, Weber. Noes, Representative Yin. Representative Knapp, Chairman.
You have heard the reading of the bill. What is your pleasure, Chairman Knapp?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move that when the Committee of the Whole rise to report, it do so with the recommendation that Bill number 206 do pass. There are no amendments, and I will turn the explanation of the bill over to the sponsor.
Representative Weber.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and ladies and gentlemen of the 68th. This is a straightforward bill, a common sense approach to identifying a person to vote in our Wyoming elections. Identification depends on recognition. If you want to identify a person, it's normal, common, and usual to use a photograph. We recognize and identify people by their face. A Medicaid and Medicare card have no photo, only a name, a health plan number, and some dates. If I wanted to fly to the East Coast, I would have to show ID. I'd have to show a driver's license, a real ID driver's license with a photo, or a passport that's valid with a photo. They don't accept a Medicaid or Medicare card. I also have to show an ID if I wanted to pick up a prescription, cash a check, check out a library book, purchase tobacco, or drive my car. A photo ID is required for things we do every day. I asked some of the county clerks how many Medicaid and Medicare cards were used in the elections. They said none. Let's walk through the bill. House Bill 206, Elections, Acceptable ID, and Revisions 2. The first few lines say a photograph is required and accepted ID and repeals Medicare and Medicaid insurance cards as acceptable proof of ID to vote under Wyoming's current voter election law. Bottom of page 1, we have definitions. Part A specifies the acceptable IDs. Part B, adding the following language, providing the ID includes a photograph of the person. Section 2 repeals the use of Medicaid, Medicare cards as acceptable IDs and provides for an effective date of July 1st, 2025. This bill is saying we are looking for an image, a photograph, to identify the person in front of us. The intent of voter ID laws, which require proof of identity to vote, is really to prevent voter impersonation. With that, I would stand for any questions. Thank you.
Representative Connolly.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just have a question about this. It may not be very common, but you take my mother. She doesn't drive. She doesn't have a driver's license. She does like to vote. She has a Medicare card. And what if the Medicare card isn't accepted anymore, what kind of form of ID is she going to be able to use to vote? I just don't know if people are going to be disenfranchised a little bit by that. It may not be very often, but what's she supposed to do?
Representative Weber.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. You know, in our state, we are so fortunate that Wyoming ID cards are easy to get, and they're free.
Is there further discussion on the bill? Oh, Representative Jarvis.
Thank you, Chairman. So the Constitution, the State of Wyoming Constitution, Article 1, Section 3, equal political rights. Since equality in the enjoyment of natural and civil rights is only man-made through political equality, the laws of this state affecting the political rights and privileges of its citizens shall be without distinction of race, color, sex, or any circumstance or condition whatsoever, other than individual incompetency or unworthiness duly ascertained by a court of competent jurisdiction. I guess my question here is, are we redefining individual incompetency today? Because people who are in nursing homes, their IDs do expire, and they don't really have the means to get a new ID, picture ID. Sometimes, and the nice thing about the Medicaid and the Medicare cards are they're mailed directly to them. So if they need them, they don't have to go anywhere to get them, under my knowledge. And so I guess my question here is, are we limiting the ability for a specific population to vote?
Representative Yen.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. So members, I know the members that were here when this voter ID bill got passed know for a fact that this was tried over and over and over again to get voter ID into law. And the only reason it passed was because there was a compromise made, because there are several senior folks who were worried that they were going to get disenfranchised. So we stuck in this one sort of ID, Medicaid and Medicare cards. The concern, there is concern from our clerks. And I heard from the good sponsor that they said 0 people use it. I don't think that's true. And that brings up a concern of when we try to quote other parties in this body, it becomes really difficult to really know whether we're quoting them accurately or not. These cards still are in use. I think the biggest concern was ultimately that there are seniors who cannot make it themselves to a YDOT facility to get an ID. They don't have a driver's license. They'd actually have to have services to shuttle several of these people over to get that done. So it wouldn't be free. It would actually take effort from someone else to get them to get an ID. And so, do we think that this is a good one to repeal? That's up to you guys. I mean, these are constituents in all of our districts, right? It's different from the other bill where it was, those constituents are pretty concentrated in specific areas. These are all of our voters in a very large proportion of the demographic of our state. So, up to you guys.
Representative Weber.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. To comment on a couple of questions, as a former nursing home administrator, most of the people, all of the people who came in to the nursing home had photo IDs and proper identification to be there. In the event that there was some part, like maybe a driver's license expired, we provided transportation so that they could get the things that they need, including a photo ID. The last speaker had asked a question and made a comment about some of the IDs. Those IDs also came with a sunset date. What this House bill does is to say we require a photo ID to vote in Wyoming elections.
Representative Chestick.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. On and against the bill. So the bill deals only with in-person voting. You could still vote by mail without having a photo ID because you're not showing up anywhere that anybody's going to look at you. So why is there's no need for a photo ID for mail or absentee ballots? Why do we want to include a photo ID requirement in this? All this does is it does make in-person voting harder, and that's not the way we should be going. And I want to remind the body something I made, a comment I made the other night when we were discussing a different election measure. The true way to prevent voter fraud is to make sure you can verify the signatures. The truth of how we certify that somebody is who they are is that their signature matches the signature on the absentee ballot or on the ballot box in person, on the ballot book in person. Either one of those, wherever you sign it, if somebody's going to match that to the signature you gave when you registered to vote. And that's the security, and that's sufficient. So I don't see that this adds any real security. All it does is it makes voting harder, and therefore I urge a no vote.
Representative Lucas.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I was a banker for a very long time, and I'm familiar with federal banking laws, and there's one that's called Know Your Customer. And in order to open a bank account, you have to have a real ID. And Medicaid and Medicare cards are not acceptable IDs for that. I submit that probably a whole lot of senior citizens have bank accounts and need to do banking transactions where they're required to show identification. The state of Wyoming ID card, which is free for seniors, lasts for 8 years and it can be renewed by mail. So you literally have to make one trip to get that ID. And if you can make one trip to go vote, you can probably get an ID too. I am on this bill. Thank you.
Chairman Knapp.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. You know, these things don't just happen. They don't just come out of the blue with an idea to get rid of a aspect of voting. This is happening because Medicare and Medicaid cards are being issued in other states to illegal aliens. Then those aliens can literally use those cards to go to other states to vote or to get services. It's important when we look at getting rid of one of our 6 to 7, I think it's seven now, ways to vote with an ID, is to have something in place when this goes away. So what is in place? We have a driver's license, which I would admit most seniors do let that expire and rely on what came up next, which was the Wyoming ID. The Wyoming ID was it had two purposes. One was to have a secondary ID for those people who didn't have a driver's license, who still needed a proper form of security. The Wyoming ID that was created has very unique security items in it, the same as our driver's license cards. There's over 13 different security features in a Wyoming ID. 13 different security features. For our Wyoming cards, we have 3 unique security features that no other state has. So when these came out, there was a big push to go to all the seniors and a big advertising push to address all the seniors to get a Wyoming ID. And if that has to happen again, I think that we do that. But it should happen every year for our seniors. We take extra strides to make sure that seniors are able to vote. For myself, in my county, they had a drive-up for seniors. I took my dad every year to drive up to the polling place. They would come out with his ballot, 2 people, 1 witness, to make sure that he was able to vote. We go out of our way to ensure that our citizens can vote. But it has to be secure. It has to be secure. Otherwise, we will have people from other states coming in to vote with Medicaid, Medicare cards, people from out of the country coming in to vote with Medicaid and Medicare cards. So this is simply another way to make sure that our elections are secure, because every disenfranchised vote is also preventing people from going to the ballot. So this is important to have. I would agree with the bringer of the bill and would advise you to vote yes.
Representative Kelly.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. On and for the bill. Sometimes I've heard accusations that we're solving problems that don't exist. And it sounds to me like someone being ridiculed for putting in smoke detectors in their home. What for? You don't have a fire. We've got some serious issues right now with security, and it is true that you can get a Medicare card mailed directly to your home. Just last year, at least 1 million Medicare numbers were stolen from the government. The federal government is pretty weak in keeping our information secure. Social Security numbers leak, Medicare numbers leak, and then once those identities are stolen, as identity theft has become an all too real problem for many of us, then people can fraudulently have Medicare cards mailed to an alternative address. The best way to guard against this type of fraud, and it will increasingly become an issue if we don't address it, is to have photo ID.
Representative Jarvis.
Thank you, Chairman. So I guess I ask, this bill, my question is, this bill does not prevent any, not even one Wyomingite from being able to vote?
Representative Posey.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just wanted to explain, at least from the Warren Valley that I inhabit most of the time, is I did some research into this before I helped, I was kind of one of the sponsors of the bill. There's been very little fraud committed, at least in the area that I vote at. The county clerk mentioned that in the last 5 or 6 elections, there's only been one case of somebody using a Medicare or Medicaid card, and that individual was because they lost their license. I think it's okay to have a photo ID. She said most people in my district, you either utilize Wyoming identification, driver's license, or tribal ID, which all require pictures. So I'm not saying I signed out on a bill because there's instances of fraud, but I think it's just something that isn't an issue. I don't think in those efforts to utilize those Medicare or Medicaid cards is very minimal. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Representative Brown.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to support this bill, and there's really one reason why. When this original bill was passed, we were told, hey, we're going to have Medicare, Medicaid cards. It was I will call it a compromise. That's a 4-letter word in here, and I know that's tough to swallow for a lot of you. So it was a compromise. But that compromise was also told to us, we will do an outreach effort. We will get everybody taken care of, and within 2 to 4 years, we will make sure that we do not need to worry about this. We will make sure that these seniors that use these cards get their photo IDs. Here we are. It's time to move on. It's time to show the photo ID to vote. All these other cases that you're hearing about, if I want to buy a package of cigarettes or if I want to go fly somewhere, it's all true, legitimately. Casting a vote to make sure that your vote is recorded and it's legal, I don't see that being an issue with voter disenfranchisement, right? That's not what we're doing here. So on and for the bill.
Question being called. All those in favor of Chairman Knapp's motion that when the Committee of the Whole rises to report, it does so with the recommendation that House Bill 206 do pass. All those in favor, say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. Motion passes. House Bill 206 has passed the Committee of the Whole. The next bill for our consideration is House Bill 221. The reading clerk will read the bill.
House Bill 221, sponsored by Representative Ottman. Bighorn and domestic sheep relocation, effective date repeal. Mr. Speaker, your committee number 5, Agriculture, State, and Public Lands and Water Resources, to whom is referred House Bill 221, Bighorn and Domestic Sheep Relocation, Effective Date Repeal. Respectfully report same back to the House with the recommendation do pass with the following amendments. Ayes, Representatives Banks, Davis, Eklund, Johnson, Ottman, Provenza, Schmid, Strzok, Winter. Representative Winter, Chairman.
You've heard the reading of the bill. What is your pleasure, Chairman Winter?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move that when the Committee of the Whole rises to report, it do so with the recommendation that Bill number 221 do pass, and I further move the adoption of the Standing Committee amendment. I'm sorry, also, our representative from County 10 will explain the bill.
Representative Ottman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yeah, okay. Ladies and gentlemen, members of the House, we are looking at House Bill number 221. This bill is very short. What it was there was some things put into a bill, and we looked at it. We had 4 different agencies and landowners and a couple meetings and things just to make sure that everyone understood why there was concern with the date that was in there. And so what we ended up doing, rather than just totally deleting it, was just to change the date from 2026 to 2028. And I guess I should say January 1st. And that, Mr. Chairman, is the bill.
Would you please explain the Standing Committee amendment?
Oh, yes. Standing Committee Amendment number 1 is on page 1, line 1. Okay, delete, removing, and insert amending. So on page 1, line 1, almost to the end, where it says an act relating to wildlife and livestock, instead of removing that paragraph, we just amended it. And what it did was it changed the requirement that the effective date had put in there. And it just changed it to make it time enough. Because what we've discovered over the last couple years is that this is an issue that's a lot larger than one might think. And so everybody was on board just saying, we'll change that date. We'll give the departments the time to look into it, the landowners, the time that they are given to have input, and everybody was in agreement. Thank you.
Representative Chestik.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just a question for the bringer. Can you, on page 2, line 9, can you explain to us what session law from 2024, chapter 105, section 5 does?
Representative Ottman.
Mr. Chairman, what that does is, in the bill on lines 4 through 7 on page 2, it had a paragraph there, and it was duplicative along with the one just above it. So what we did was just, my bill took it out, and what we did was just put it back in and change the date then from January 1st, 2026 to January 1st, 2028. That's not clear.
Is there any further discussion on the amendment? Representative Chestik.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm still not sure what title, Chapter 105, Section 5 of the 2024 session laws is. We're apparently extending it for 2 years, but I don't know what we're extending.
Representative Ottman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. What we're doing is there was a Senate File 118 that was passed last year. And what the act required was for bighorn sheep to be put into an area. And what happened was that people were like, okay, but we want to make sure that we have the federal protection to say that if there's a problem, we don't lose our grazing rights. So everybody got together, the department that has swimming things and deer got together along with the woolly people, the director there, and the people that have farms, that bureau there, and let me see who else. And then the people that own stock, that grow, and about 20 landowners, and they discussed what this could do and maybe wouldn't do. One of the troubles was that there is supposed to be a series of public meetings. Some people, well, they just weren't. So this is just to put that back in progress because they had developed a working group. And so this is just to extend that. And the department with the swimming things and the deer, they are very supportive of it because with changes coming into the new federal government or government, they want to see exactly how that would happen. This has nothing to do with these animals. One of the things that came out and was very, very concerning was that when we looked at that they did not have protection to say when something happens, you're not going to lose your grazing rights, and that would be there was just what happened to the southwest of us with an RMP. And so now that we have that one and we have another one in the works, this could have opened up one in the county where I live. And so that's what we're working to overcome. So it's just a safety factor for everybody.
Representative Provenza on the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. For some clarification, SF 118 did not reintroduce anything. What it was attempting to provide protections for the landowners from if bighorn sheep are reintroduced in that area and then they are deemed to be in that maybe they're endangered, and what the former law did was try to provide protections for those ranchers in that area to say if the government says that they are endangered, they can't come and take our sheep, our domestic sheep from the land. That was the original Senate File 118. In the bill, it deleted essentially the enacting clause originally, which meant that we undid the work that we did last session. And in what we did in the standing committee amendment, Mr. Chairman, was that we, instead of deleting that enacting clause, we changed it to 2028. So we are moving back Senate File 118 from last session back to 2028 with the hope that this is worked out, but with the state agency that oversees our fish and our game and the federal agency to provide some more time and protections. But just as a clarification, the standing committee just moves that date back to allow for conversation. And the bill, the original bill, did not reintroduce or introduce sheep in any way.
Representative Strzok on the amendment.
Thank you, Chairman. So just wanted to state this amendment and is very good, and the ranchers really were asking for this. This is a positive thing. We need to do that for them. And I'm on for the amendment and on the bill. Thank you.
Representative Ottman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I would also thank my two fellow committee members for explaining that a little bit better. But yes, it is something to be good for everybody. So I would just ask for an aye vote on the amendment, aye vote on the bill, and to call the question.
Question having been called, all those in favor of Standing Committee Amendment number 1, say aye. Opposed, no. Motion carries. The Standing Committee Amendment number 1 has been adopted. We are back on the bill. Question being called, all those in favor of Chairman Winter's motion that when the Committee of the Whole rises to report, it does so with the recommendation that House Bill 221 do pass. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. House Bill 221 has passed the Committee of the Whole. The next bill for our consideration is House Bill 168. The reading clerk will read the bill.
House Bill 168, sponsored by Representative Eklund, cultivating meat prohibition. Mr. Speaker, your Committee Number 5, Agriculture, State and Public Lands and Water Resources, to whom is referred House Bill 168, cultivated meat prohibition. Respectfully report, same back to the House with the recommendation that it do pass. Ayes, Representatives Banks, Davis, Eklund, Ottman, Provenza, Schmid, Strzok, Winter. Noes, Representative Johnson. Representative Winter, Chairman.
You have heard the reading of the bill. What is your pleasure, Chairman Winter?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move that when the Committee of the Whole rises to report, it do so with the recommendation that Bill number 168 do pass. And as far as I know, there are no committee amendments. And the representative from Eastern Laramie County will describe the bill.
Representative Eklund.
Mr. Chairman, ladies and gentlemen, I present to you House Bill 168, and it's cultivated meat prohibition. And I brought it meaning to bring a health and safety concern that I have. And that's the primary reason for the bill. I'll talk a little bit about it. The cultivated meat, there are several descriptions. Cultivated meat, fake meat. My favorite one, and I probably should have got it in the bill, would be synthetic meat. And the way this product is made is you take stem cells from whatever food you're trying to reproduce. In this case, it's meat. You take those stem cells because they can be, well, I'm forgetting the term, rapidly propagating cells. And I think you could do it with plants too, but I think meat is where it's usually done. And you'd go through a laboratory process, and when you're done, you have a greater number of these cells. It takes a while, but you'll have a product when you're done, but it's a synthetic product. The original cell came from wherever it was, and it's been through a laboratory process. My concern is with that lab process and whether or not you actually have a safe product when you're done. It hasn't been, when we think things are tested by our federal program that takes care of drugs and food, but it doesn't actually happen the way, they just don't have the manpower to do it. It's generally done by the companies that that are trying to sell products, whether it's a pesticide or whether it's if it's a pharmaceutical, they're pretty strict on doing their testing, and which is good. They do clinical trials and whatnot. With some of these products, the company just comes and says, this is what we've got, and explains why it's safe, and then they're peddled that way, basically. First time I heard about this cultivated meat or synthetic meat wasn't too long ago, and it sounded like it would be a long ways off because it would be very expensive, and it would it would just take a while to test it and see and try to figure out if it was a good plan to do it or not. And then all of a sudden, the things kind of changed, and I hear about a company that's going to do this and test it on some of our military people. I thought it was veterans, but I'm not sure it was. It could have, I'm just not sure who it was. They were military people, and that idea was withdrawn pretty rapidly because there was an uproar. We shouldn't be trying it out on experimenting that way. So that's pretty much the reason I brought it. I don't want it to be experimented on Wyoming. We have a school lunch program that's federal. It's a federal program, and I don't want to read in the papers that a company wants to produce synthetic meat and feed it to our school kids. So that's most of my concern, why I think it's a health concern. It has not been tested. And there's probably no use for it. We have all kinds of wholesome products in America. The meat is one that is. It's, yeah, I just won't even go into that. It is a good wholesome product, and this doesn't interfere with what would vegetarians might want to use a meat substitute, and this won't interfere with that. I think that's also a good wholesome product. It's comes out of this cornucopia we call American agriculture, and I don't know what else to say about it. It isn't my pick. Because I'm a beef producer, I've gone to that little restaurant that sells this burger that's supposed to be tremendous. I've tried it, and it's just not. I think my beef industry is safe from that particular product. But anyway, that's it in a nutshell. If there are any questions, I'd be willing to answer them.
Representative Johnson.
Yeah, I would like to speak as a no vote for this bill. How can we tell companies what they can produce and what they can't? I believe in the free market.
Representative Washit.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So my question is the word entirely. Your bill says that the product has to be entirely developed in a laboratory, and I'm wondering if that might provide an avenue for easy skirting of the restriction if you added 0.01% of natural meat into your product when it's shipped or something. Does that change it from something that was entirely produced in a laboratory?
Representative Kelly.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Well, whether we're calling it synthetic meat or I call it tasty tumors, I have no desire whatsoever to eat this type of stuff or have it around my children at all. However, considering that whether it's tested or not, we know regulatory agencies have let some truly toxic things into children's breakfast cereals, and there are probably less healthful products already on the market right now. So I'm asking, why the outright prohibition of it? If there was a market for this, why not a regulation that it's clearly marked that it's not meat? So just, we know, and we could also maybe add in keeping it out of school lunch programs, but I don't see why we're infringing on it if there's a market for people to eat this stuff.
Representative Eklund.
Mr. Chairman, so I'll try to go in order. The first question is, why interfere with the free market system? I'll go to this free market system. We've got pesticides that have been tested by companies, and they present a whole set of different science than what we have. And sometimes it could be years later that we figure this out. Sometimes it's immediate. One of them was Agent Orange. That was sprayed on a jungle, and it needed to go through one refining process. But the federal government bought into the idea that it'd be cheaper and just as good to use a product and we use that product still, but it's not quite the same. One more refining process, one more bit of science, and it would have been much safer. Same thing with another product, and it's used extensively now. The company still makes it sound like you could drink it, and you just can't. Every other bit of science coming out now, it's very carcinogenic, and you need to be cautious when you use it. Next question was completely laboratory grown. We could run an amendment if you're concerned that the bill could. The law, if we pass this legislation, could be circumvented. I'd be okay with it. I'm not sure how the amendment would work, but I'd be good with it. To my friend, back to why go into a prohibition, I think that it will be tested. I just don't want it tested in Wyoming. And back to the chemical deal. The foods can be unsafe, I think. Well, an example, not necessarily bad, but synthetic vitamins were peddled as exactly the same chemistry and the same thing. And yet when further testing is done, you find out that the synthetic vitamin is hydrolyzed so fast that it can't really be absorbed the same way as a natural vitamin, natural sourcing vitamin. So that's new research, and I think this would be the same way. You might end up with a blob of cells that are the same as the original stem cell you started with, but it might have other results. I'd rather we didn't have it. That's my opinion. My reason for bringing the bill was for safety.
Representative Haroldson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So when I saw this bill, I got excited at first because 2 years ago, I got to see a 3D printed steak being made. I'm just going to let that sink in for a second. Because I was watching a 3D printed steak being made, and I'm like, this is wrong. This is wrong on so many levels. And so let me just first of all say there's an attack on our growers, there's an attack on our producers, and there's an attack against the industry as a whole that we need to address. Now, with that being said, I'm also going to say this. I don't know if an attack on the free market's the answer to fix that. And so I definitely am 100% behind trying to figure out a way that we can protect our growers and protect our students and protect our soldiers or whoever else we need to protect, but at the same time not hinge upon that market. So I think this is a good bill, but maybe not 100% yet. And so I'll work with the bringer and we'll try to figure out if there's some ways we can do that, because at the end of the day, if you offer me a ribeye or a 3D printed ribeye, there's no conversation that needs to be had from that point forward. So,
Representative Strzok.
Thank you, Chairman. I am on for this bill, and my main thing is there is, like the past representative said, there's a huge attack on the ag community. and if we need to be proactive. There are some states that are pretty much pushing this. It's really hard to even get beef in those states now because they didn't put a protection on for their people and for the producers. So I am definitely on for this bill. Thank you.
Representative Geringer.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. I appreciate the opportunity to speak about Frankenfoods here. Growing up, I saw some of those episodes of, I don't know, Star Trek where they could just make whatever kind of food they wanted from the computer. And I just don't think that that has a place right now in our state. It just, that the concept is very foreign to me. I'm open to hearing whatever kind of modifications might need to be done to the bill. I just don't like the modifications to our food. So on and in support of this bill.
Representative Eklund.
I think there are more people that were going to talk, but Mr. Chairman, I think there could be a place for it. Just like the previous speaker spoke of Star Trek, you could be traveling through space, you take a few vials of your favorite food, stem cells of your favorite food, and you stop at different planets that have the minerals you need for your lab, and you synthesize dinner, and hopefully by then it's quicker than, months that it takes to synthesize, or weeks, however long. I don't think it'll be very easy, but I can see that there could be a future use, that being one of them. But right now, we have a wholesome product that's just hard to beat. So I would like to, and we don't know, we still don't know what the effects of this synthetic product would be. So I'd rather err on the side of caution and prohibit it from being used in Wyoming. There'll be other states that can test it on their people.
Representative Tarver.
It's hard to follow that up. I agree totally. The unintended consequences of us testing this meat on our citizens, the largest industry that's growing right now is our health industry, and to think that we're gonna bring in a food like this that we don't know the repercussions of what might happen. And then, of course, that burden is laid upon all of us, and I just don't see that that's responsible. This bill is very responsible in that regard, I feel, and I'm on and for.
Representative Wasserberger.
Thank you, Chairman. So I'm not speaking in favor or against the bill. One concern that I'd like to bring forward to the speaker that maybe you can answer this question is, so this kind of relates to like GMOs. We all kind of don't really favor GMOs, but however, at the rate of the rate of growth of the population of the world, we probably wouldn't have been able to supply the whole world with all the food they needed if it wasn't for GMOs. And so I'm not, obviously I'm all in favor of eating healthy and stuff, but I'm kind of wondering if that was the reason why they kind of started doing that, was because of the rate of the growth of the population of the world. And so that's just kind of the one concern I have with the prohibition on this. While, don't get me wrong, it does look very weird to, make something in a lab and eat it. I'd certainly agree with that. But I kind of think that was one of the purposes of, coming up with this lab-grown meat. And so I don't know. I'm just wondering if maybe you got an answer to address that concern.
Representative Singh.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and to the good bringer of this bill. I don't necessarily have beef with this bill right now. However, I do have a question as to why it is that it is limited in scope to synthesized animal cells and it does not include the potential for plant cells or fungi.
Representative Eklund.
Mr. Chairman, so I'll address the first question first. It isn't going to be a GMO. And I think that was part of the question. This will be a stem cell of an animal, and it should produce the same kind of cells. It'll be rapidly replicating in the laboratory, and it should not genetically modify that cell. We don't know that for sure, but I don't think, I think the science we have would keep it as if it was a stem cell from beef, it would remain beef. Getting to the second speaker, I'm not sure what, I'm trying to remember what he asked. I should have a notepad up here. Oh, yes, plants. I should have looked this up before. I apologize, but I think plants have stem cells too, and I think I might correct that in another reading if I'm wrong, but I think they have stem cells, and more than likely you could do the same thing, produce on your travel through space, you could produce carrots out of a stem cell out of your vial.
Representative Brady.
Thank you, Chairman. I just have to say, where's the beef? And I support this bill, and not meat that's grown in a laboratory. I want to support agriculture, and I want things that are real and not fake. And I think that's about it. I might say that if they want to grow a kidney and a liver or something to help somebody medically, hey, I don't know where this can go. Or another ear, but I don't think anybody wants to ingest it. So I'm for this bill and no against fake, or no on fake.
Representative Allemand.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. If you look at a package of beef, it says the ingredients is beef. You look at the package of one of these other things, which I'll be honest, I never have because I wouldn't touch the stuff, but it has stuff you cannot even pronounce. And it's a big list. So in other words, what I'm trying to say is I'm 100% vegetarians because I only eat what cows eat, which is grass.
Representative Eklund? Question being called. All those in favor of Chairman Winter's motion that when the committee of the whole rises to report, it does so with the recommendation that House Bill 168 do pass. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed? No. House Bill 168 has passed the committee of the whole. The next bill for our consideration is House Bill 31. The reading clerk will read the bill. Majority Floor Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. At 6 o'clock or somewhere in there, we're going to take about a 30-minute recess and go downstairs and eat. AARP is going to provide us a meal. So we'll find a break sometime in around 6 p.m. and then we'll come back and resume. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Next bill for our consideration is House Bill 31. Reading clerk will read the bill.
House Bill 31, sponsored by Representative Pendergraft. School safety and security. Mr. Speaker, your committee number 4, Education, to whom is referred House Bill 31, School Safety and Security, respect the report, same back to the House with the recommendation that do pass with the following amendments. Ayes, Representatives Andrew, Bratton, Erickson, Gugumas, Kelly, Lawley, Singh, Strzok, Williams. Representative Andrew, Chairman.
You've heard the reading of the bill. What is your pleasure, Chairman Andrew? Motion.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move that when the committee of the whole rises to report, it do so with the recommendation that House Bill 31 do pass, and I further move the adoption of the Standing Committee amendment. And I'll turn over the explanation to the bringer.
Representative Pendergraft.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. With your leave, I would beg a very brief privilege of the floor for an announcement.
Continue. Yep.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. If you haven't already signed the document for the coach in my county, in my city, please make that opportunity. And we want to get it signed. We want everybody to have it signed by tonight so that the Senate can do the same. Sorry. The group at the other end of the hall can do the same. And with that, folks, I bring you House Bill 31. This is school safety and security. What this bill is about, in my view, is about local control and common sense. There was a situation where I was contacted by some deputies from the local department that takes care of security within the schools. And they called and they had a problem. They were trying to come up with a plan of what to do if there was an active shooter inside the school. And they came up with a couple of devices that basically, while they were going through a drill or if there were a live incident, the teachers could secure the students within the classroom until such time as they could be safely removed. And they got everybody trained up on this, and it was working pretty well. And then the State Marshal of Fires, he came in and said, no, you can't do that. These aren't approved. And so they pressed him and they said, can you tell us what might be approved? And quite frankly, he was not particularly forthcoming, and they were kind of at an impasse. And so they asked me to come see what I could do. And I'm bringing this bill as a means of providing the authority for the schools to go ahead and protect our children, and also to bring everybody involved to the table and to come to a permanent good resolution of this. I should add that this bill was brought a few years back, so this is not a new problem. So what this bill does is, first of all, in section 1, creates a new general guidance for school districts. And it basically says that every school board of trustees shall adopt safety procedures. And most school districts have, everyone that I checked with had. So this is not something new or exciting, but failure to plan is planning to fail. So it's a good idea to at least, if your school district hasn't considered this, you need to consider what would you do if this event was there. So that is in there just to tidy things up and make certain. Paragraph B says superintendent of each school district shall implement. We want to make sure this happens anywhere and everywhere. The school district safety and security policies are designed, according to this bill, to be developed in executive session or without public review. And the reason for that is if you had somebody out there who was planning some sort of a nefarious activity, if he had an idea of how you were going to respond, it might help him to achieve his goal. And so that is the reason for paragraph C there. It goes on to describe a couple of duties. And now we get to the last page. And at this point, I will introduce the amendment and ask for your favorable consideration of the same. What this amendment does is cross out the paragraph D that we have there. It strikes that. And it replaces it with reading that brings in the fire marshal, brings him to the table. I can say that because it's right here in the bill. Not later than July 1st, 2025, the state fire marshal shall provide the board of trustees in each school district with a list of door securement devices appropriate to be utilized in K-12 public school buildings. So what this does is means now if the fire marshal comes in and says, no, you can't use that, the natural question of what can I use, and he has to provide a list. And then by a certain date, the school districts are required to complete that. There is on page 1, line 14, a little addition. You can see that. You're all capable of reading. But it basically is a complement to this, that it puts a date on it, so the fire marshal has to come up with a list and provide it to the school district, and we can get this solved. And then the other thing that this amendment did was it's just kind of the automatic date of enactment, the enactment clause, put it at July 1, 2025. And what the committee asked to do was to change that to immediately. Why drag our feet and wait around? Let's go ahead and put this in. So with that, I would ask your favorable consideration of the amendment at this time.
Is there any discussion on the amendment? Representative Connolly.
Thank you. Yes, I'm in favor of this amendment because I wasn't going to be able to vote for this if it wasn't in the bill. So I think this makes it a really good bill, and the school districts can work with the people that know best about fires, and they'll provide a list of adequate devices to use, and so I'm all in favor of this amendment.
Representative Thayer.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And thank you for the bringer of this bill. I just do have a couple questions on the amendment. First of all, I want to say thank you for giving them the completion date through the end of 2027 due to school budgets and everything that'll allow them to make the changes. So my last question would be, does the fire marshal have the capacity to complete this by July 1st of 2025 in all of our schools with a list to the school districts?
Representative Chestik.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to divide the amendment. The Division 1 would be lines 1 through 14, and Division 2 would be lines 16 to 19.
Representative Chestik, you did not include 14 or 15. Could you clarify?
No, the first division does include 14. 15 is a blank line, and so second division could be 15 to 20. But yeah, basically I want to divide out the effective date part.
The chair rules it as divisible. Which division would you like to start with?
We can start with Division 1 first. I am 100% in favor of that division and would urge an aye vote.
Is there any discussion on Division 1? Which is lines 1 through 15? Representative Pendergraft.
If I may, there was one question brought to me that said, what happens with the ever-changing fire code? And if you'll notice, at the end of line 13, basically, the state fire marshal may update the list of approved devices annually. It's not compulsory because sometimes they do or don't change, but if they do change, fire marshal can update the list. Also, if a new product comes out, he can say, hey, we just found this latest, greatest thing. We want to add it to your list.
Chairman Rodriguez Williams.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just a question on the amendment, just to piggyback on the last question that you just answered. I became aware that this past summer, apparently Wyoming adopted the 24 international codes. And I'm just curious, and you mentioned, the building code and electric code and things like that, that now we're dealing with the international codes. And so I'm just curious if you see how this might play out with this bill when it comes to boots on the ground.
Representative Pendergraft.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. No, I don't see a problem there. The fire marshal themselves did not show up, but other agencies did show up that are closely related and informed on these issues. And they were quite confident that there is a list that could be put together in very short order to offer these school districts a way to come into compliance.
Representative Chestek.
Call the question on Division 1.
Question having been called, all those in favor of Standing Committee Division 1 say aye. Opposed? No. Division 1 has been adopted. We are back on the, now we are on Division 2.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I wanted to divide out the effective date and actually just go back to the original July 1st, 2025. I'm not quite sure why this needs to be effective immediately. Section D does require the state fire marshal to start doing things. And I just think it might be useful for the state fire marshal to have a little bit of advance notice before it has to comply with Section D.
Chairman Andrew.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The reason for this division is that in the committee, we allowed these schools to immediately use the devices they have on hand. And if we remove this division, I don't think that that works in this bill. Thank you.
Representative Chestek.
Thank you for that explanation. Vote your conscience on this one.
Question having been called, all those in favor of Standing Committee Amendment Division number 2 say aye. Opposed? No. Division number 2 has failed. Division being called. All those in favor of division number 2, please stand. I am. You need to be either on the floor or off the floor. You may be seated. All those opposed, please stand. Division has been adopted, 35-13. We are back on the bill. Representative Pendergraft.
Certainly won't drag this out. I appreciate your support in this bill and allowing the local school boards and SROs to protect the children in the way that they most effectively can. Thank you. Call for the question.
Question being called. All those in favor of Chairman Andrews' motion that when the Committee of the Whole rises to report, it does so with the recommendation that House Bill 31 do pass. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. House Bill 31 has passed the Committee of the Whole. The next bill for our consideration is House Bill 164. The reading clerk will read the bill.
House Bill 164, sponsored by Representative Brown. Gary. Medical prescriptions, off-label purposes. Mr. Speaker, your committee number 10, Labor, Health, and Social Services, to whom is referred House Bill 164, medical prescriptions, off-label purposes. Respectfully report, same back to the House with the recommendation that do pass with the following amendments. Ayes, Representatives Clauston, Gugumas, Heft, McCann, Ottman, Rodriguez-Williams, Wasserberger. Noes, Representative Yin. Excused, Representative Stivar. Representative Rodriguez-Williams, Chairman.
You have heard the reading of the bill. What is your pleasure, Chairman Rodriguez-Williams?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move that when Committee of the Whole rises to report, it does so with a recommendation that Bill number 164 do pass, and I further move the adoption of the Standing Committee Amendment. And I will turn the explanation over to the good representative from County number 2.
Representative Brown. Gary.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This bill is a bill that allows doctors to use medical prescriptions off-label. We've seen over decades that doctors have done this, and then it's only been recent years that there's been a problem with it. And for those who do not fully understand what medical prescriptions off-label is all about, it's prescribing medical or off-label prescribing means the drug has gone through the entire FDA approval process, safety testing, but just not for this specific use. So if it's for, say, for instance, it's for pain, but yet it can be used for something else, they're allowed to prescribe that and use it for something other than pain. So I'll attempt to walk you through the bill. In section 1, we have definitions, and then under A, Roman numeral 1 is the disciplinary actions. This just says that they cannot have their license taken away from them or be have other actions taken from them just because they're using something that's been done for decades. And then off-label indications, it just explains that what the off-label definition is. And then on to pharmacist, it just explains what a pharmacist is by law. And then it goes on in Roman numeral 4, the different prescribers, which would be a physician, a physician's assistant, a dentist, an optometrist, or even a prescribing nurse. So that just gives a definition of who the prescribers are. And then under prescribing drug off-label indication exceptions, this under A, It says, notwithstanding any other law, a prescriber may lawfully prescribe a United States Food and Drug Administration approved prescription drug for off-label indications, and the pharmacist is authorized to dispense prescribing drug for off-label indications within their scope of practice pursuant to a valid prescription. And then under B, this section shall not apply to prescription for substances that, under Roman numeral I, listed as a Scheduled 1 or Scheduled 2 controlled substance under federal law or the Wyoming Controlled Substance Act of 1971. Roman numeral 2, intended to transition a minor's biological sex as determined by the sex organ chromosome and endorsement profiles of a minor or affirm a minor's perception of the minor's sex if the prescription is inconsistent with the minor's biological sex. And the reason we put that in there is during the last session, we passed a law that was commonly known as Chloe's Law. And it is now illegal in the state to do that with minors, so we put that in there. And then under Roman numeral 3, intended to induce an abortion. So the reason that that was put in there is in 2023, chemical abortions bill was passed, and that is tied up in the courts, but since that bill passed, we put that in there. And then professional conduct, it lays out the professional conduct according to the bill from what we have decided would be the best recourse for that. Under B, it says, notwithstanding any other law, any recommendations, prescriptions, use of options or options of a prescriber or pharmacist related to medical treatment that is not regulated by the Health Regulated Licensing Board, the Department of Health, a professional association, or United States Food and Drug Administration shall not be considered unprofessional conduct. And then under section 2, it just lays out what would take to put this into law and what the board and the different departments would need to do to make that applicable. So that's the bill. And then the standing amendment is on page 1, line 6. After specified, it inserts providing for severability of provisions as specified. And then on page 1, line 11, the deleted statute 33-1-403 and insert 33-1-404. And then on page 5, after line 10, it inserts the paragraph, which basically just says that if the abortion law is found to be unconstitutional in the Supreme Court, that stands alone and it would not change the bill. And I'll stand for any questions.
Is there any discussion on the amendment number 1? Representative Eklund.
Yeah, I've got a question. So I think I'm reading what I thought I understood about the bill better than I'm picking up more as we go, and I'm sorry I didn't study this more. I thought it was okay for doctors to prescribe medications that are off-label. Generally, you run into problems, the insurance company won't pay it, and some of them are just so expensive, you just can't get past that. I guess what and other medications that are affordable will have enhanced side effects that are beneficial, like a medication used for depression could have a side effect of pain relief, and so it's used by doctors, and I don't think it's ever been tested for that other symptom. I thought they could already do it. I'll just say they already are doing it. The other part on the, it looks like it's being targeted for to prevent transitioning more than anything else. So I'm guessing, is that what this law is about, or are you still
Point of
trying
order?
to get?
What's your point?
Are we on the amendment or are we on the bill? I'm not sure.
On the amendment, standing committee amendment. Representative Brown. Is there further discussion on standing committee amendment 1?
I would call for the question on the amendment.
Question having been called, all those in favor of standing committee amendment number 1, say aye. Opposed, no? The standing committee amendment number 1 has been adopted. Now we are on, I believe we have amendments. Representative Chestick.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to move, let me get my paper out. Committee of the Whole Amendment number 1 to House Bill 164. Members, I have a number of concerns with this whole bill, which I will save.
Representative Chestick, hold on one moment. Oh. So the deleting acting clause needs to go last? Oh, okay.
No, this is not a deleting the acting clause.
Okay.
This is not delete the action. Yeah, this is
Representative
not delete.
Chestick.
We're not on third reading, so I'm not deleting an action clause. I'm deleting a substantive provision. I want to delete a substantive provision of the bill, which happens to be only on one line. I have a number of concerns with this bill, which so I'll probably be back up at this podium later on in the discussion. One of the problems I have is the single line on page 4, line 11, intended to induce an abortion. So what this bill does, it's a little bit clever. Off-label uses of medicines are legal right now, have always been. So what this bill does is it makes them legal, de jure legal, so that you can then make certain things illegal. And so the heart of the bill is actually Part B, which creates the exceptions. So we make everything legal, except we're making certain things illegal. That's the point of this bill. And there's 3 things that are, and I have problems with all of them, but the one I want to talk about through this amendment is the third one, intended to induce an abortion. So I'm not really quite sure how this works. If you say you can have off-label uses, except you can't have an off-label use for an abortion drug, you can still use it for the abortion. So I'm not sure it does what you want it to do. So that's a problem. The other problem that I have with it is the word intended is very confusing to me. It kind of conflates several different possible intents. Whose intention are we trying to get at here? So the off-label definition on page 2, off-label indication seems to be talking about the intent of the drug manufacturer, or maybe the FDA who has approved it, but the intent of this drug is to do a certain thing. That's the indicated use. So we're talking on, in the definition of off-label indication, seems to be talking about the intent of the drug maker. But on line, the line that I'm trying to eliminate here, intended to induce an abortion. That sounds like the intent of the user of the drug, not the manufacturer of the drug. So whose intention are we really talking about here? And who determines what the intention is? Does the pharmacy that fills this prescription know what you intend to use the drug for? When the doctor writes a prescription, it doesn't say so that you can have this effect. It just says, here's a prescription to get this drug and take it in this way. What the intent of that is not stated on the prescription form. So how is the pharmacist or anybody going to determine what the intent is? And it becomes a big problem because all of these drugs that are sometimes used for abortions are sometimes used for other things. So for example, there's more than 2 abortion drugs. The 2 that are most commonly used are mifepristone and misoprostol are the 2 drugs that are most commonly used to induce abortions. Mifepristone is also used to control high blood sugar for diabetics. Misoprostol is also used, like its primary use, I think, is to treat ulcers. Both of those drugs have legitimate uses that are not related to abortions in any way. Are we going to try and prevent them from being used for those other purposes? I'm not quite sure. So I think that line 11 on page 4 is hopelessly confusing and vague, and it doesn't actually accomplish what I think you're trying to accomplish here. And I recommend a no vote, or an aye vote on the amendment to strike out that line. Thank you.
Representative Larson, Lloyd.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I think, again, just as we talk about the construct of bills, regardless of what the issue is, the construct of the bill has to work. And I think the good presenter of this amendment really does have a valid point in that it doesn't identify who the intended user is or what the intended use is. The example I think of is oftentimes you'll see a teenage girl who will get a prescription for birth control, which is really intended to help her with her acne. But when she goes to the doctor to get that prescription, to go to the pharmacist to get that prescription filled, it's birth control. And he feels it as such. She's taken it for the intended use of her dermatologist to control her acne. So again, this, as this is written in the bill, I think that it had to be, the language really needs to be more prescriptive to help us completely identify what the intended prevention of abortion is. Is it this specific drug, or is it that the doctor can't prescribe another drug for this? And so I think I understand what he's trying to stop, but I think that the language in here it's ambiguous and leaves a lot to be determined by who I don't know. And I think the unintended consequences of that could be pretty significant. So I think it's a nice catch on the part of the presenter of this amendment. Maybe the language could be fixed, but at this point I would suggest we support this amendment.
Representative Brown, Gary.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. As far as these drugs go that are used for other things besides abortion, it would not be a problem if the woman is not pregnant and she knows that she's not pregnant and she needs these drugs for these other things. They would not be prohibited. But if she knows she's pregnant and her intention is to have an abortion this way, then it would stop that, but only if the Supreme Court finds that the bill that was passed in 2023 outlawing chemical abortions is found to be constitutional. So that would be the case there. It's not intended to overstep any of that. It's about allowing doctors to use drugs off-label for the different things that they've needed to use them for. During COVID, we know that there were drugs that were not allowed, or doctors were not allowed to use. And because of that, there were a lot of people that were not taken care of the way they wanted to be taken care of. Also, the thing is, doctors, because they wanted to treat their patients and they stood for their patients, lost their employment because of this. This is what this bill is trying to protect.
Representative McCann.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. When physicians use these medicines for other than abortions, they're a lot higher strength. Most of the time, they'll demand that you go on birth control for you to even get a prescription. Thank you.
Representative Chestick.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. To the point that the bringer made, I want to question the premise of the statement. I don't think that the lack of availability of certain drugs during COVID was because the doctors weren't allowed to prescribe them. They were allowed to prescribe them. They didn't want to because they didn't work. Because the off-label prescriptions are still legal, were legal back in COVID days, but a lot of doctors said I'm not going to give you a prescription for this particular drug because there's no evidence that it is effective. So I'd like to push back on that point.
Representative Brown, Gary.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Here in Wyoming during COVID, there were 3 doctors that I personally know of that lost their jobs because they were prescribing medications that were off-label, and the places that they were working for did not want them to do that, and they were dismissed from their jobs because of that. Thank you. I'm against this amendment.
Representative Larson, Lloyd.
Thank you again. And again, I think that the explanation that we heard on the extra high dosage being prescribed by a doctor before you make that prescription, or you would require the person to go on birth control because you didn't want to inadvertently cause an abortion, would suggest in that explanation that it's referring to the doctor. But the language in the bill doesn't tell us that. It's very ambiguous. And that opens it up for a lot of misunderstanding. And because of that, because we don't know, I think that the amendment has validity unless we can, and maybe we could get that language cleaned up a little.
Representative Chestick.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Again, going back to the good bringer of the bill, the last point you made highlights a different problem that I have with this bill, which I will address when we move off the amendment and onto the bill. Thank you.
Question being called. All those in favor of Committee of the Whole Amendment number 1, say aye. Aye. Those opposed, say no. Committee of the Whole Amendment number 1 has failed. Division being called. All those in favor, please stand. Please be seated. All those opposed, please stand. The amendment has not been adopted. 1731, or 33. 1733. And we have another amendment, Representative Closton.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I know I'm standing between us and dinner. I move Committee of the Whole Amendment number 2 to House Bill 164. Ladies and gentlemen, I ask for your favorable consideration on this amendment. I voted for this bill in committee. There is a part of it that I do want to let everyone know. The Supreme Court has consistently ruled that the FDA does not have the statutory authority to interfere with the practice of medicine. So the off-label use is not a problem for me. What the problem for me is the way this bill is written, it takes away an employer's right to set their own policies. So we're infringing on an employer to run their own business. So that's what my amendment does. It takes out the employer, it takes out hospital privileges. So in the case, think of this, I have a practice, I have 10 physicians. I can set my own policy saying, I don't want this done in my clinic because I don't think it's safe. Maybe our liability insurance costs go up if we allow that. So as a private business owner, I'm saying, this is my policy. And then I have a physician who says, well, I don't like your policy. I'm gonna do whatever I want. Well, I should have the right as an employer saying, if you're gonna put my business at risk, I can discipline you or I can fire you. That is my right as an employer. And the way this is written, we're taking the private business rights away. We're telling the business owner, we are setting your policy. We're gonna make an exception here that you can't run your own business. So that's the meaning of this amendment, just trying to protect employers' rights. Thank you.
Representative Lucas.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I disagree with the previous speaker in one regard. Certainly, a private practice owner has the ability or should have the ability to make employment decisions as he or she sees fit. But when it's a hospital granting privileges and the hospital is owned by the government, I disagree that they should be able to remove privileges for somebody who's acting legally. There's been a lot of information that's come out since that dreaded disease that we fought a few years ago, because I'm not sure if I can say that it's proper. But I don't know that, those were good decisions. They weren't good decisions at that time, and a lot of doctors and providers lost their jobs over that at government-owned hospitals. So I disagree.
Representative McCann.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. With all respect to my physical therapy friend, government tells us what to do every day with Medicare. If you ever read Medicare rules, Medicaid rules, so they tell us what to do every day. So I am not for the amendment.
Representative Closton. Representative Larson Lloyd. Back to Closton.
Thank you, Chairman. Thank you for the comments, and I'll just push back a little bit. Employers must retain your ability to regulate your own practices, ensure safety and accountability and professionalism. These hospitals have their own policy set. It's a peer-reviewed board. It's not one person making the decision. It's not just one administrator going after one person. You get a group of doctors together, they have a board, and they set their policies for what they think is the best policy for the hospital. So if we don't take this out and we're going to handcuff these hospitals, you're going to see increased liability costs from the insurance carriers, which means we all pay increased costs. So again, I ask for your favorable consideration on this amendment, just trying to protect our employers' rights. Thank you.
Question being called. All those in favor of Committee of the Whole Amendment number 2, say aye. Aye. Opposed, no? No. The Committee of the Whole Amendment number 2 has failed. We are back on the bill. Any further discussion on the bill? Representative Larson, Lloyd.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And so to the presenter of the bill, I just want to make it clear and would ask him to help me to verify it based on what that last amendment said. So are we saying that if the employer finds, the employer, whether it be whatever hospital or clinic, if they find that whoever has the ability to prescribe medication is experimentally using a medication to treat a condition for which it's never been proven that off-label prescription use of that works, we can't prevent them from doing that, and there's no action that can be taken to prevent him doing further experiments. And please take that in the purest form. If we really if he's experimenting and we some way out of how do we protect that practice and how do we protect the patient?
Representative Brown, Landon.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Ladies and gentlemen, I bring to you the most unique way to look at a bill for physician-assisted suicide I've ever seen in my life. When I read this bill, as I'm starting to look at this, I'm going, I can basically prescribe a medication as long as it doesn't meet a federal drug standard, doesn't induce abortions, and it's not meant to cause any gender dysphoria or anything along those lines or fix that issue, I can prescribe it. So there's this awesome little drug out there called propofol that helps people sleep. They use it in the ER, they use it in the OR. It's not a Schedule I drug, but it's a dangerous drug. There's a famous singer 15 years ago that was addicted to it. It's the only way he could sleep. His doctor prescribed it to him so he could sleep. It's not what it's to be used for. It's to be used to be sedated for a short period of time underneath general medical advice and with other doctors around and anesthesiologists, that kind of stuff. But when it's used incorrectly, and when we have a bill that allows it to be used incorrectly without any repercussions, it becomes a tool for a doctor to allow somebody to commit suicide. This is a legitimate concern I have with this bill. May not be the intent of what we're trying to do. I think it would be better if we wrote a bill that said, you can't fire a doctor for writing ivermectin prescriptions. That would have been a much better bill, because I agree with that. But when we write a bill that is so encompassing and so large, and it has so much to do with the scope and practice of medical school, which I'm pretty sure nobody in this body has actually attended, when you start going down the idea of we know better than these doctors do, it becomes a very dangerous and slippery slope for unintended consequences of policy. I urge the body to be very careful with this particular bill. I understand the intent and I sympathize with the intent. We should not be politically grandstanding, we should be making good policy in here. This is not good policy the way it's written. If we want to tighten it up, I'm willing to work to tighten it up. But I will also say the past few times that we've tried to work to make a piece of policy better and try to make it work, we're getting defeated left and right because this bill looks perfect to everybody. I seriously sympathize with the 3 doctors that were fired and they should not have been fired. I agree with that statement. Write a bill to fix that. Don't write a bill to give the doctor the prescription and the ability to allow people to kill themselves at home without any repercussions underneath the guise of medical prescriptions. Please don't do that.
Representative Chestek.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. As I said, I have other concerns with this bill, which I'd like to address now. My main concern with this bill is that this is making big government. It is putting government between patients and their doctors. And it's telling doctors how to practice medicine. It really is. And therefore, I am very strongly opposed to that. For example, so the Goodbringer did point out correctly, and I'm glad he did, that 2 of these 3 exceptions on page 4 cover legislation that was passed in the 67th legislature. The transgender, the gender dysphoria stuff in paragraph 2, and chemical abortions in 3. Yes, we dealt with those. Those are under litigation right now. We'll wait for the highest court in the state to weigh in and decide what happens. But what makes you think that passing this bill will have a different result? If we pass this bill and those other laws are overturned, I know there's a savings clause that's going to try and save it, but I think it's going to be ineffective because these violate, this is the same issue that would go right back to the Supreme Court and we'd lose again. So I don't believe the savings clause saves these bills. But my biggest problem, I think, with this bill is on at the very end, section 2 on page 5. So we're going to ask the State Board of Medicine and other boards to promulgate rules to implement this statute. This statute basically says the intent of it is doctors shall not prescribe medicines for certain purposes. That's the bill, that's the part I was trying to object to earlier. What if a physician says, I have an obligation to my medical ethics, which the Wyoming State Board of Medicine is in charge of. My ethics tell me I must treat my patient in the best interest of that patient. And I have a patient with gender dysphoria. And the best treatment for that patient is some of these medicines that we're trying to ban. Or I have a patient who has a right to an abortion, and the safest way to obtain that abortion is to use chemicals, medicines. It's the obligation of the physician to do, to help to treat the patient in a way that doesn't harm the patient. You're telling them now they can't do that. They cannot do what they're ethically bound to do, treat their patient in the best way possible, in the most professional way possible. So what are the rules going to look like that the Wyoming Medical Society is going to have to promulgate? Are you telling the medical society you shall change your ethical rules to say that you treat the patient well, except in these cases when we don't want you to treat them according to your own medical ethics? I don't think we want to do that. I think that's a terrible message to send to the medical profession. It puts the legislature between the patient and the physician. We don't want to be there. And for that reason, I strongly urge a no vote on this bill.
Representative Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to point out that doctors still have the potential to be sued for malpractice. So they have some skin in the game. They have to would not abuse this privilege. That's all I want to say. Thank you.
Representative Lucas.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. To prescribe a drug intending to assist a patient in killing himself is illegal in Wyoming and would be malpractice, and malpractice is not the same as off-label prescribing.
Representative Larson Lloyd.
I think it's a fair point that the physicians are liable and have, if they're doing something that's out of bounds, and they can be sued. My concern here is the practice that they may just be, whether it be a clinic or a hospital, if they're not allowed to control it, then I think that there's some liability, or there surely will be. They'll chase all the pockets they can if there's a problem, and I think that I hope that's not the intent, but I think it could be unintended problems that come as a result of this bill.
Representative Brown, Gary.
Mr. Chairman, the reason we need this bill is to protect the...
Mike? Your turn. Yep.
Mr. Chairman, the reason we need this bill is to protect the doctor-patient relationship in case another COVID comes along. We need to understand that these doctors should not be losing their jobs when they're doing things just in the best interests of their patients. Mr. Chairman, I call for the question.
Representative Brown, Landon.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. If I'm reading this bill correctly, on page 4, and I think it's like line 14, it says, notwithstanding any other provision of law. Those are really important words, ladies and gentlemen. Notwithstanding is probably my least favorite word in legislation, to be completely honest with you. Because what that means is, to hell with every other piece of language, this law supersedes everything. So no, you don't get to sue somebody. No, they don't have malpractice ability with this bill. No, they don't have any single recourse. And how are you going to prove to that person's family that they prescribed propofol for physician-assisted suicide as opposed to, I can't sleep, I have insomnia? How are you going to prove that? It doesn't matter. You don't have to prove it, because we have a line in this bill that says notwithstanding any other provision of law. On and against.
Representative Campbell.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. On and against for two reasons. The first, I very much appreciate having sympathy, empathy for the three doctors and their termination. This bill does nothing to address that. So if that is the case, and we want to prevent that from happening in the future, we need a different mechanism. This is not the one. Second, because it truly does target on page 4, all right, page 4, line 5, Senate File 99 already took care of that. On page 4, line 11, that intended to induce, that's tricky, slippery slope. Again, right? How do you prove that intention? So to me, as I read this bill targets two things that morally, ethically, belief-wise, we have opposition to, which I understand. So we're going to create state law. The biggest reason I have a problem with this, we have a healthcare crisis in Wyoming. We don't have the doctors. We don't have the nurses, the CNAs. We can't attract them here, and they are leaving our state. I was fortunate to just talk to an individual who is in residency. It's legislation like this that scares them from coming to Wyoming and working here. This is what keeps them from moving to our state to practice healthcare. This is what causes them to leave our state. Because of the mindset behind this legislation and us interfering with their ability to do their job and be regulated by the existing boards and associations that are in place to keep patients safe. We keep sticking government in the way. This is why they're leaving, and this is why they don't want to work here. Very much on and opposed.
Are we, Representative Brown, Gary?
Mr. Chairman, it's actually legislation like this that would save a doctor's job, that would allow doctors to come here and do what they need to do for their patients. Again, I call for the question.
Representative Provenza.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Real quick, it sounds like there might be more than one subject in this bill, and I just want to remind everybody about Article 3, Section 24, bill to contain only one subject, which shall be expressed in title. Sounds like there's a lot going on in this bill. Just another consideration from this cute little blue book. Thank you.
Are you ready for the question? Question being called. All those in favor of Chairman Rodriguez-Williams' motion that when the Committee of the Whole rises to report, it does so with the recommendation that House Bill 164 do pass. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. No. House Bill 164 has passed the Committee of the Whole. Division being called. All those in favor, please stand. Please be seated. All those opposed, please stand. House Bill 164 has passed Committee of the Whole 30 to 21. Majority Floor Leader, do you have a motion?
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Chairman, I move that the Committee of the Whole begs leave to rise and sit again until 6:50.
You've heard the motion. You've heard the motion. All those in favor, say aye. Those opposed? Motion carries. Committee of the Whole, please come to order. The next bill for our consideration is House Bill 54. The reading clerk will read the bill.
House Bill 54 is sponsored by Judiciary, Chancery Court Judges, District and Circuit Court Assistants. Mr. Speaker, your Committee Number 1 Judiciary, to whom is referred House Bill 54, Chancery Court Judges, District and Circuit Court Assistants, respect the report, same back to the House with the recommendation, do pass with the following amendments. Ayes, Representatives Brady, Bratton, Chestick, Filer, Kelly, Singh, Washit, Webb. Noes, Representative Representative Lean. Representative Washit, Chairman.
You've heard the reading of the bill. What is your pleasure, Vice Chair Singh? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move that when the Committee of the Whole rises to report, it do so with the recommendation that House Bill number 54 do pass. There are no standing amendments. Oh, there's, just a second, folks. And I do move the standing committee amendment as well, but first I will explain the bill. And what this bill does is it allows for the for cases that are under the jurisdiction of circuit courts to be judged by the Chancery Court judges. And so some of the things about the Chancery Court is that these cases are not subject to a jury trial due to the expediency required for the case. Oh, thank you, folks. Sorry, guys, I'm getting my bearings here. And so this authorizes the assignment of cases and proceedings from circuit courts and district courts to Chancery Court judges, and it specifies requirements for transfers. It authorized retired Chancery Court judges to provide judicial services specified, and it makes conforming amendments and provides for an effective date. Any justice of the Supreme Court, Chancery Court, or District Court judge of the state who has retired pursuant to the provisions of the section and who is not practicing law may, notwithstanding his retirement, be called upon with his consent at the request of a District Court judge or Circuit Court judge with the consent of the Chief Justice or by the Chief Justice and assigned to service of any court. And then we go down. So those are the changes made in State Statute 51106, and then in 53112, it adds the language or a Chancery Court. So now it reads, a judge of the District Court may assign to a Circuit Court judge or a Chancery Court judge any case or proceeding within the jurisdiction of the District Court, subject only to the following restrictions. And so then the next paragraph, it says consent of each plaintiff and each defendant in a civil action. It removes the requirement amount of controversy over $50,000. And then in the next section, in statute 59131, it just adds the same language to the next paragraph. A circuit court judge may assign to a district court judge or a chancery court judge any case or proceeding within the jurisdiction of the circuit court. And so the purpose of this bill was to allow for more options when it came to the judges that are able to reside over a proceeding. And in the amendment, on page 3, line 4, this was a correction that we found in committee just to make sure that everything conformed with the previous language. It says that after judge, on page 3, line 4, after judge, it inserts or chancery court judge. And so this just makes the language conform. And so I stand for questions. I move the amendment.
Question having been called, all those in favor of Standing Committee Amendment Number 1, say aye. Opposed, no. Standing Committee Amendment Number 1 has been adopted. We are back on the bill. Representative Washit.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My apologies for being a little delayed in getting back. All we're doing with this bill is being efficient with our judges' times. We just swore in the first Chancery Court judge early in this month, and the workload for that judge varies month to month, and sometimes that judge has some spare time, and this bill authorizes that judge to fill in either at the district court or the circuit court judge pursuant to their internal policies and rules as needed. So we're getting good work out of a judge who might otherwise be twiddling his thumbs between cases. So that's the whole purpose of this bill.
Representative Singh.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Everything the good chairman just said.
Question having been called, all those in favor of Chairman Washit's motion that when the Committee of the Whole rises to report, it does so with a recommendation that House Bill 54 do pass. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The House Bill 54 has passed the Committee of the Whole. The next bill for our consideration is House Bill 86. The reading clerk will read the bill.
House Bill 86, sponsored by Appropriations, Public Property and Buildings Amendments. Mr. Speaker, your Committee Number 8, Transportation, Highways, and Military Affairs, to whom is referred House Bill 86, Public Property and Buildings Amendments, respectfully report same back to the House with the recommendation that do pass with the following amendments. Ayes, Representatives Banks, Brown, Geringer, Larson, McCann, Nicholas, Posey, Tarver, Wiley. Representative Brown, Chairman.
You've heard the reading of the bill. What is your pleasure, Chairman Brown?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move that when the Committee of the Whole rises to report it, do so with the recommendation that House Bill 86 do pass. I further move the Standing Committee amendment and would like to dispose of that with the body as makes it a little easier to read through the bill, and I'll have the good representative from the Lander area read this. But ladies and gentlemen, what the amendment does, as we were going through testimony on the bill, there was a couple of areas that some language was forgot during the interim. So I won't say it's completely conforming as much as it is just making sure that we encompass everything that we were trying to do with this bill. And so I'll have the good representative read that in and we'll go through that, but there's nothing crazy about this amendment, just so if we can pass through that, the good representative can move through and explain the bill.
Representative Larson, Lloyd, on the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to also this time, and I'll read it in, is bring House Committee of the Whole Amendment Number 1 to House Bill 86, and it aligns with the House Standing Committee. We're still on that. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I thought we had done that.
No, so we just need to call the question on that. Point of order, Mr. Chairman.
Question having been called, all those in favor of Standing Committee Amendment Number 1, say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. The Standing Committee Amendment Number 1 has been adopted. Now on to amendment of the Committee of the Whole amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. There's a couple of things after we passed when we adopted the Standing Committee amendment that our LSO staff caught. And what this really, one of them that relates to is if you're doing routine maintenance on a component in a building that's failed, you're too late. And so we changed that instead of a failed, being in a failed condition, that it's in a poor condition. And probably most significant thing is we needed to replace a period with a comma with a semicolon. And so that's the House Committee, the whole amendment I'd call for the, answer any questions or call the question.
Question being called. All those in favor of Committee of the Whole Amendment Number 1, say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. The Committee of the Whole Amendment Number 1 has been adopted. We are back on the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And folks, this bill, 43 pages, but what it does is it goes into the statutes that covers the Department of Construction, the University of Wyoming, the community colleges and school districts, as well as other public entities. And we've heard a lot about major maintenance and capital construction and the dollars that impact them. Over the years, those various sections of capital construction and major maintenance in each of those sections have kind of built some silos, and they created definitions of their own. And so what we've been trying to do in the number 2 committee over the years is trying to conform all of those. And so that's what this bill does. It affects the capital construction, including major maintenance. It affects routine maintenance and strategic planning, which is something that we're trying to put in place so that we get the complete life cycle out of our buildings and all of their components, or perhaps even more. As I noted, this bill impacts the state agencies, the Department of Construction, the State Building Commission, the University of Wyoming, community colleges and school districts. There's 4 major concepts in this bill, if you've read it. And one is it codifies budget bill provisions related to major maintenance. If you look in our budget bill in the section 300, each year it talks about major maintenance funds not automatically having to revert. It talks about using the State Buildings Commission's major maintenance formula for all affected entities, and it requires comprehensive reporting on expenditures and commitments. So instead of having that in the budget bill, we're putting it in the statute to where we have the budget bill cleaner. Consistent terminology. We go into the schools and the Department of Construction, and we pull out the definitions they use for major maintenance and make it apply across all those agencies. The same with routine maintenance and properties. We make that definition, which was widely different, be consistent, and we put all of that into the Department of Construction. So that when contractors and those individuals over those routine maintenance and major maintenance issues can make sure that they're understanding the definitions the same. We put into place some routine maintenance requirements stating that the entities that we've mentioned above would be required to develop and implement proactive maintenance schedules, which includes planning and detailed record keeping so that we know when we have a major maintenance activity that routine maintenance has been adequately being performed. Requires a focus on preventive maintenance backlogs and ensures that properties and their components reach their full life expectancy. There's some other policy changes that we do in here that several decades ago we had, when a community college built a new building, there was a 7-year phase-in for their major maintenance. Well, by the time they started having major maintenance, they really didn't have funds. And so we removed that and allow major maintenance funding to start upon completion of construction. We update the rules for contracting with non-resident contractors on public works. And then if there's a major maintenance request, a supplemental funding request would be allowed if they don't have, if the major maintenance expense is going to exceed what they have available. And then probably one of the most important, is one of the shortest provisions in this bill, is that it requires the Department of Construction to establish a statewide strategic planning for tracking and reporting capital construction and major maintenance expenditures. And with that, Mr. Chairman, I'm happy to answer any questions that you have throughout the bill.
Representative Pendergraft.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I wanted to say I'm on and in favor of this bill. I actually have read it. I've been there in testimony and have talked with the good bringer. This is a first step. There are some things that need to be done to bring this to where I would be completely happy with it. But having a background in major maintenance and understanding what is going on here and what we're trying to accomplish, we're setting standards. We're setting expectations. I guess one of the flaws in my mind is that there's no teeth in this per se, but we know right now that if we try to put teeth into it, we're going to possibly jeopardize it. So I would I would ask your favorable consideration of this bill. Let's get a foot in the door, and we'll improve it as we go.
Representative Larson? Question being called. All those in favor of Chairman Brown's motion that when the Committee of the Whole rises to report, it does so with recommendation that House Bill 86 do pass. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. House Bill 86 has passed the Committee of the Whole. The next bill for our consideration is House Bill 177. The reading clerk will read the bill.
House Bill 177, sponsored by Representative Worf. Statutory Standing Committee, Federal Review. Mr. Speaker, your committee number 7, Corporations, Elections, and Political Subdivisions, to whom is referred House Bill 177. Statutory Standing Committee, Federal Review, respectfully report same back to the House with the recommendation that it do pass. Ayes, Representatives Brown, Heft, Johnson, Knapp, Locke, Lucas, Webb, Weber. Noes, Representative Yin. Representative Knapp, Chairman.
You've heard the reading of the bill. What is your pleasure, Chairman Locke?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move that when the Committee of the Whole rises to report, it do so with a recommendation that House Bill 177 do pass. And I yield the floor to the bringer of the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I bring before you today House Bill 177, Statutory Standing Committee, Federal Review. The purpose of this is to establish a standing committee, much like the other committees that we have, with a primary purpose of ascertaining and making findings as to which federal actions may or may not be consistent or that are outside the enumerated powers of the federal government. Really sets up an opportunity for us to kind of weigh in on some of the things that we see going on in the state where the federal agencies are happening to take action and maybe do things that the state doesn't agree with. And this basically is to deal with, after the passage of the 17th Amendment, our U.S. senators no longer look out for U.S. Or look out for state sovereignty, citizens' rights. That's really the purpose of this. It does have a repealer at the back that basically says that this standing committee would stay in place until such time that the 17th Amendment is repealed. And I did that intentionally. I want this to be a committee that's there forever. I think it's important. It's very needed. I think it's a good time to set up this committee. So with that, I'll stand for any questions, Mr. Chairman.
Representative Yen.
Mr. Chairman, I'm not going to speak for or against, but just to give the members context on how our current standing committees are set up, they're all by rule. So right now, for example, if you're in committee number 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, or 8, those are all by rule. This would be a different way to set up a standing committee, and it would actually require us to come back and change our rules to add
Point
to
of
our
order.
rules.
Mr. Chairman, they're not set up by rule. This is something we looked at. This was set up upon statehood. The existing committees that we have, the standing committees, were created upon statehood.
That's not a point of order now.
Continue, Ms. Representative Yen.
That's all I had.
Okay. Representative Worf, anything? Any further discussion?
No, Mr. Chair.
Question being called. All those in favor of Representative Locke.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. On and for the bill. Thank you.
Representative Bratton.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I wrote a lot, but I'll be quick. From a classic Federalist perspective, this bill is a revival of our founders' intent for state legislatures to serve as a check on federal overreach. Pound federalism. On and for the bill.
Any further questions? Question being called. All those in favor of Chairman Locke's motion that when the committee of the whole rises to report, it does so with a recommendation that House Bill 177 do pass. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. House Bill 177 has passed the committee of the whole. The next bill for our consideration is House Bill 5. The reading clerk will read the bill.
House Bill 5, sponsored by Travel, Fishing Outfitters and Guides, Registration of Fishing Boats. Mr. Speaker, your committee number 6, Travel, Recreation, Wildlife, and Cultural Resources, to whom was referred House Bill 5, Fishing Outfitters and Guides, Registration of Fishing Boats, respectfully report same back to the House with the recommendation that it do pass with the following amendments. Ayes, Representatives Byron, Campbell, Connolly, Harshman, Jarvis, Provenza, Storer, Thayer, Wharf. Representative Byron, Chairman.
You've heard the reading of the bill. What is your pleasure, Chairman Byron?
Thank you. I move that when the committee of the whole rises to report, it do so with the recommendation that House Bill number 5 do pass. And I further move the adoption of the Standing Committee Amendment number 1. Body, I'm going to start with Standing Committee Amendment number 1. This was the work that was done in committee, and it was really good work from some folks in the central part of the state that were concerned about a couple parts of the language that we worked on the interim. So if you do have that committee or that Standing Committee Amendment number 1 pulled up, you can look at page 1, line 1. We're inserting an advisory board with specific duties. If you go to page 1 of that Standing Committee Amendment number 1, line 6, it prioritizes Wyoming resident and professional guides and outfitters. Page 1, line 14, it allows for a provision that if you are floating to or launching from land that is owned or leased by a Wyoming resident, that this does not apply. And further on, down at line 34, there is a provision in there that there could be a fee different for resident, non-resident fishing guides and outfitters. And with that, I stand for questions on Standing Committee Amendment number 1.
Representative Lean.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just a quick question about the advisory board that it would be created with this. Would that include small business owners, or does that just divide out among the districts, and how are those people appointed?
Chairman Byron.
Thank you. That's a very good question. It is divided out amongst the districts currently set by Game and Fish. There's going to be obviously some trust that we put in them from all the outfitters. They would like to have equal representation, but that does divide out across the state where they come from. And I do have confidence with good feedback that we will be able to get all size outfitters.
Representative Haroldson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So as I was looking at this, talk to me about the negatives that came out in committee as you guys, and in the interim as you guys talked about this, because I know I've heard some negatives from some of our local outfitters and saying, hey, what's going on here? And this is an overstep by the government, and this is just a step too far. So could you talk to that?
Chairman Byron.
Thank you to my good colleague. Yeah, that was never brought up actually in the interim. This bill was worked 2 interims ago. It was worked this last interim. I started working this bill actually about 20 years ago independently as a fishing guide company. But that was a very valid point that got brought up just in the last few days as we began to hear this. And with conversations with some of those folks that did reach out, or I chose to reach out to them, they really began to get more comfortable as we added some of this language that's in the amendment that we are currently on. During the interim, we did go to the area in the central part of the state that has a lot of these folks and did a long tour on a reef that is gray and had a really nice time. And we heard from law enforcement just about how hundreds and hundreds of boats are floating. And, during the interim, we didn't have any negative comments. We had public meetings, we had a lot of opportunity, but I really appreciated those folks, and specifically the central part of the state that did reach out directly to the representatives and really made this bill better through this amendment we're currently on.
Any further discussion? You ready for the question? Question having been called, all those in favor of Standing Committee Amendment number 1, say aye. Opposed? No. Standing Committee Amendment number 1 has been adopted. We are back on the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Back on the bill. This is the original bill that came out of the interim committee. Folks, if you do have that bill in front of you right now, I appreciate that you're paying attention. If you don't, you can still have time to pull it up. Page 2, line 8 is a really important part of this bill. Page 2, line 8 allows for the beginning of tracking of these boats. Right now, there are entities around the state that think there might be 200 some odd folks. There might be 1,000 some odd folks. So we just don't have a number. So that's what page 2, line 8 does. Carrying on, it has some definitions on page 3. And I think the important part where that amendment does hop into the bill is going to be page 2, line 1, to protect the quality of the fishing experience. This is what we heard time in, time out. And, this is the Wild West. There's no regulation right now. And I know that scares some folks, that word. But right now, and in my 20-year career, you can meet someone at the local tavern, ask them if they want to fish the next day, take a couple $100, go fishing. No CPR, no first aid, no insurance, no general knowledge. So this does put some impotence on the Game and Fish to promulgate these rules and to set some standards for professionalism in this industry that has been completely a free-for-all for a number of years.
Representative Bratton.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This is a tough one because there are places that are being overrun with boats and fishing, and I know people are cranky about that. But the challenge is that a solution for one area may not be a solution or appropriate for another area. And I have some outfitters in my district, and I reached out to them, and they said they didn't want to have to deal with more regulation. And I think, the reason for his response is that while we have great fishing in the land of license plate number 3, we are not in the same situation as other parts of the state that face different fishing pressures that we do. So, I acknowledge that difference, and but I'd like to know if there were alternative solutions, more free market solutions that were considered by the interim committee, which might not be appropriate. We don't have to get into it now, but I would like to know before tomorrow. Thank you.
Representative Campbell.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. What I really appreciate about all of this, and a little background. So in 2021, I was one of the members that was appointed to the Governor's Wyoming Wildlife Task Force. There were 18 of us that spent a considerable amount of time on this, and all of the input we got was the need to have oversight and regulation, much like we do with our wildlife outfitters right now, with the Wyoming Outfitter Guide Association. Anyway, and to answer the previous questions, if you look on page 2, about lines 12, 13, 14, this would follow the same process. So it's not going to be a blanket one size fits all. It would be having those public meetings in each county to determine what is the need and what does that look like, and to get that feedback, much like we do with our season settings. Same process would apply. So the good news is all of the information we've gotten since 2021 is this is getting out of control and definitely having a negative impact on the quality of and our experience, and the need from all sides and all stakeholders that this is a very good positive step in the right direction. So on and absolutely for.
Chairman Byron.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And to also further answer that question from the land of County 3 on your license plate, many interim meetings and free market solutions that we met and tried to do independently as fishing guides. This is 20, 15 years ago, before a lot of folks in this room were maybe paying attention to fishing guiding or residing in the state. We met as an entire group and invited every possible outfitter we could to the land where the water is hot, and had a couple of meetings, and we had a lot of momentum, and we thought things were going well. Well, when spring hits and you're a fishing guide and you start working, it all falls out the door or over the edge of the boat. So, I think you bring a really good point. This specific legislation is really designed towards those that are doing this activity out of a boat. My limited knowledge, your neck of the neck of the woods from the question that was asked, is there's a lot less float fishing up there. So we really don't want to start targeting, and this came from our friends that the outfit in the backcountry. We don't want to target those folks that are way up the thoroughfare, wade fishing on, I don't know, the upper Buffalo Fork. This is a specific issue to many counties, specifically central part of the state, south central western part of the state, from where the water is hot. And we only had positive feedback about this during the interim. And really where it started to get the attention was just right before committee and during committee, some of the great testimony we had. And I think this amendment that we have already adopted really does begin to solve that. And certainly the word regulation scares everyone, but when the industry is asking for it and asking for it and asking for it, we have to start to listen.
Representative Storer.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm one of the few people old enough to have held a fishing guide's license 35 years ago when I was a guide. The great thing about this bill is it allows regulation and looking at how many folks are on the river, where we need to and not where we don't need to. It has a process set up so that where it makes sense to regulate, we will, and where it's not needed, we don't need to. So I just wanted to make that clear. Thank you.
Representative Worf.
Mr. Chairman, thanks you again. You know, in a prior life, I did a lot of stuff dealing with sportsmen's issues, and I can tell you that this has been a chronic problem. You know, for well over a decade, I'm aware of this situation, and it really, I think it's important for the body to understand this is really geared at regulating the commercial aspect of fishing. Those of you that are wanting to go out and fish and recreate, this is not to do anything with you. This is to help the state kind of get a handle on the number of non-residents. We got people coming from all around us. Everybody talks about how great our fisheries are. This provides an opportunity for our Game and Fish Department to kind of get their arms wrapped around it and ascertain exactly what the needs are, what the pressure is. But they've got some information. They've looked at some of the scarring and such that's occurred on the fish. We got some fisheries that are just getting pounded, and we really just, it really has no management right now. It's like Katie bar the door, they're coming. And so I would urge this body to really consider this. You know, anybody knows me, I don't like regulation, but I also don't like the resource being abused. And I honestly think this has gone on long enough. We've heard about it enough. Is this bill perfect? It's probably not, but it's set up with the wiggle room to allow the commission to kind of try to nail this down and make it do what we want to do, and that is protect our fisheries. I urge a aye vote. Thank you.
Question having been called, all those in favor of Chairman Byron's motion that when the committee of the whole rises to report, it does so with the recommendation that House Bill 5 do pass. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. House Bill 5 has passed the committee of the whole. The next bill for our consideration is House Bill 60. The reading clerk will read the bill.
House Bill 60, sponsored by Representative Lawley. Student eligibility and sports amendments. Mr. Speaker, your committee number 4 education, to whom is referred House Bill 60, student eligibility and sports amendments, respectfully report same back to the House with the recommendation that it do pass. Ayes, Representatives Andrew, Bratton, Erickson, Guggenmoss, Kelly, Lawley, Singh, Strzok, Williams. Representative Andrew, Chairman.
You've heard the reading of the bill. What is your pleasure, Chairman Andrew?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move that when the committee of the whole rises to report, it do so with the recommendation that House Bill 60 do pass, and I turn over the explanation to the sponsor.
Representative Lawley.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members of the House, I present to you House Bill 60, Student Eligibility in Sports Amendments. So about 2 years ago, almost to the day, we passed a sports bill that was an outright ban of biological boys playing in girls' sports it was originally K through 12, but it got amended. I think it ended up being 7th through 12th grade. And what we're doing here is we're amending that in a couple of different ways. And I'll get to that in a moment because I want you to kind of think about what we did and the fact that it's been 2 years and that law remains unchallenged today. It's very important because one of the things I'm going to do in this amendment is take what we call the fallback, those of you that were here, which is a provision we put in that if it was challenged, we would go through a process that would include the High School Activities Association kind of standing in and setting up some sort of temporary rules, if you will. Well, I'm taking all that, the fallback out. That's one of the things, and it doesn't even fit with the other amendments, but also courts have sort of used that sometimes to say, if there ever were suits, to say, you must not have had much confidence in what you were doing, that you would create this thing called a fallback. So this amendment first will take that out. But also then, one of the main things we're going to do is we're going to be adding collegiate sports. So that will include not only our university over the hill, but all of our community colleges as well. And you're going to see a provision in there where we not only ban players, biological players playing on girls' teams, but we wrestle in this bill with the issue and settle the issue that we saw in the women's volleyball team at University of Wyoming. And ultimately, the board of trustees did the right thing and they refused to play a team with a known transgender player. We're just saying that that's the way it just needs to be. We don't need to have a board meeting about it. We just need to make that the policy in Wyoming. And so we're going to take that step. And one of the reasons is because I did not hear when I was going door to door, and this was an issue I heard a lot, this and the bathroom bill that we'll look at later. I heard even more than property taxes, and I heard about property taxes, but people would say to me, Martha, you must keep the boys out of the girls' restrooms and the boys out of the girls' sports. And when the UW women's volleyball team situation came up and was publicized all over the place, and other teams in the Mountain West had the same issue. What I heard from my constituents wasn't, what you need is a really good bill to make sure transgender players don't play at UW. Now, if they'd have thought of it, they might have said that, but what they said to me is you need to make sure that our women's teams in our collegiate sports don't play against teams with transgender players. And that's what I've tried to address in this bill, is I want to go right for what they were talking about. I don't want to pretend that we've done more than we're doing here. So with that in mind, I want to give a little background, particularly for some of you who are new to the body. I stood here 2 years ago and talked a little bit about where we were and how we got here. And one of the things that I wanted to talk about first is Title IX. We've heard a lot about Title IX in many different contexts, and it's been an issue how it was interpreted over the last 4 years. I think that's obviously clearly changing. But Title IX passed over 50 years ago. I was in high school when Title IX passed. And I have told people before, I told them at the committee meeting, I was not athletic. So Title IX made no difference in my life, but I had so many friends that were so terribly, awfully gifted in the athletic area, and it made a huge difference in their life, not only through high school, but they got scholarships. And they were the first in line because colleges were creating teams as well, and for girls' sports, and it was really transformative. And it began with this basic idea, Title IX did, that we will create opportunities, think of them as lanes, if you will, for women only. And it was an objective standard, not a subjective standard. And even today, the language of Title IX is objective, and that's going to be important in terms of how we try to tackle this in Wyoming and how we did tackle it in the original sports bill. But Title IX gave all biological females their own lane to be able to compete on a level playing field against biological females. This bill requires that if an athlete is born male at birth, they are banned from competing against biological females. So we have an absolute ban. What this bill doesn't ban is trans athletes from participating in other areas like co-ed, mixed-level sports, or club sports. The bill also does not limit colleges from creating other transgender sports opportunities. The bill simply bans biological male athletes from competing against biological females-only sports. And the issues are basically fairness and safety. Fairness and safety. And you saw that debated in the pages of newspapers all across Wyoming with the issue with the school in California who wanted to play our great university's girls volleyball team. And we heard a lot about fairness, and we heard a lot about safety being discussed in the media and being discussed sometimes at our own kitchen tables and with our own friends and family. So fairness is about an advantage that biological males have, even if they've gone through some puberty blockers and things, treatments such as that. It does not really change the fact of the basic biology, and there still are issues of greater strength and greater abilities. And sometimes those things not only go beyond fairness, but they create an issue of safety. It was well documented during the case I just mentioned a moment ago that involved the university's women's volleyball team, that the player at issue had quite a great strength and had even injured other female players, which is why there were other teams in the Mountain West, in this region, who also declined to play that. So it was for fairness, but it was also for safety. There are many studies that show that females cannot make up this difference, this biological difference. The biology doesn't go away even with hormonal treatments. So the playing field is not level. Now you might be wondering, why didn't we take care of this 2 years ago? And actually that's a very good question. It's because the NCAA had signaled, well, that organization that takes care of these things among collegiate sports had signaled that they were going to provide a solution. 2 years have passed, and the situation has actually only grown more confusing and difficult. So this is where we find ourselves. So this bill, we change all that. We add the university in all collegiate sports. We take out the fallback. We go back to the K through 12 in public schools, which was in the original bill that was filed 2 years ago. And then we have a specific statement concerning the university and community colleges playing other teams in their female sports, female-only sports with transgender players. And I want to just close by pointing this out, and we'll talk about it a lot more when we talk about the issue of bathrooms, locker rooms, overnight trips, dorm rooms, women's prisons. When we talk about women's privacy, we'll talk about this again because it's really important there. After his inauguration, our chief executive, the most powerful man in the world, signed an executive order related to gender policy. And what we do here aligns with that, particularly in this way: objective definitions of biology using to settle the gender issues and to navigate these situations of sports, privacy, and things like that. So we'll talk about that more later, but I think it's just important to know that. And I'm gonna, Mr. Chairman, before I make my final closing remarks, I think I'll go ahead, I don't know if, I have a committee of the whole amendment, number 1. So I will move committee of whole amendment number 1 to House Bill 60, and then I'll explain the amendment. So, Mr. Chairman, again, I move Committee of Whole Amendment number 1 to House Bill 60. And make sure you're seeing a corrected copy because we've been working with some language. One of the things that came up in my discussions with representatives from the university was a very good point about sports that are individual in nature. In other words, one woman competes against another woman, and there might be a team score, but that competition is just between those two. And the issue was, what do we do about that? Think of swimming, think of track and field events, and think of things like golf. So any of these kinds of sports where they might even have a team score, but the competition is kind of what we might call head-on-head. So we try to address that, and that's what this amendment does. And so here's the way that we work that. We give you another definition that goes on page 4, line 2, and it's a definition of what an individual sport is. And then on line 7, page 2, we insert a new letter H, and it says, in the case of an individual sport, only the students of the female sex directly competing against a student that the school knows of or has a reasonable degree of certainty believes it is a student of the male sex are prohibited from competing in that athletic event. Are you with me? So if you're in a swim team and there's one particular event in which a girl, biological female, is set to compete against a biological male, that event will not take place. The team will participate in the activity for all the other events where that is not the case. So it does help that kind of a situation where we're really targeting what the issue is and not trying to unnecessarily actually infringe upon what rights in the other, women's rights in the other individual activities of that sport. So I worked again with some folks from the university to kind of address that issue, and that's what this amendment seeks to do. So I ask for your support for Committee of the Whole Amendment number 1 to House Bill 60.
Representative Lucas on the amendment.
Question? Or is he, question? Oh, no. Yeah.
Is there any, Representative Yen?
Mr. Chairman, thank you. So on the amendment says the student can't compete. What if the student wants to compete because they think they will win? And does it affect their achievement standing in any ranking if there's a sport where they feel like they need to win that event to keep going?
Representative Lawley.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for that question, because it really gets to a broader issue that I have talked with folks at the university about, and actually some of the, well, at least one female athlete that was is on the UW volleyball team. So there's sort of an issue here about what role should the girls play in voting, and I think the conclusion has come that that is not the best way to do it. Many of the girls are not in favor of that. The one that testified before our committee was asked about the voting, and her response was negative in terms that, yes, it happened, but it wasn't a good idea. So I think the way it stands now is that we don't put this in the hands of the players. We have to have a policy. So.
Representative Yen.
So Mr. Chairman, just to be clear, if it does affect their standing within ranking for that individual sport, so not the voting where the team is deciding through voting, but an individual, say they're trying to do the 100-meter relay, I wish I knew individual sports, I don't, I apologize. Will that affect their ranking in the individual rankings?
Representative Lawley.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. All I can tell you is that that was not something the university asked.
Question having been called, all those in favor of Committee of the Whole Amendment 1, say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. The Committee of the Whole Amendment number 1 has been adopted, and we'll move on to the Committee of the Whole Amendment number 2. Representative Jarvis, sorry.
Thank you, Chairman. I thought I'd try a new spot. I move amendment number 2 to the Committee of the Whole and ask for favorable consideration. And I would consider this a friendly amendment because it looks at some of the terms and vocabulary and just kind of helps support. Because on line 1, or page 1, line 2, When you say interscholastic, that only refers to K-12. It doesn't take into consideration college level. So it's saying or intercollegiate, because then that takes care of the college level athletics. Page 2, line 5, and page 2, line 13 kind of do the same thing, and it just adds in if the person, so it kind of protects on the both sides. And it's for those young ladies that don't always look super feminine, and the accusations to just kind of help prevent that so it doesn't continuously occur. The page 3, line 16, doing the same thing. It's just adding in intercollegiate. And page 6, line 2, this section right here, if you turn to page 6, and I just want to kind of show you, being a former college athlete and also high school head soccer coach for a few years, I can tell you that the competition to acquire sports or for playing time and all of those things become very real. Let's just put it that way. And by adding in this section, it kind of prevents that, and what I'm adding is because of a male's participation in the athletic activity, that section kind of leaves it open where if somebody wanted to claim, I didn't get a scholarship because of so-and-so, it leaves it open that it could be because of another female or because of another reason. And so it just makes that paragraph solid to the reason that this person was deprived of that opportunity was due to the participation of a male. And I think that just keeps this where it really holds to the integrity of what this bill is trying to do.
Discussion on the amendment. Representative Lawley.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate the bringer of the amendment to bring some clarification, some places that I think it's needed. And again, would encourage you to vote for the amendment. It does not in any way hurt the intent of the bill.
Question being called. All those in favor of Committee of the Whole Amendment number 2, say aye. Opposed, no. The Committee of the Whole Amendment number 2 has been adopted. We are back on the bill. Representative Yen.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. So for the bringer, in both the Committee of the Whole Amendment number 1 and in the bill on page 6, the G subsection, so we're talking about the school has a reasonable degree of certainty believes that there's a student of the male sex. So if a girl gets accused of being male, is there any recourse if they are incorrect?
Representative Lucas.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just want to clarify that I'm understanding this correctly. On page 5, starting with line 11, nothing in this section shall be construed to jump down to Romanet 2, prohibit a school from permitting males to train or practice with an athletic activity that is designated for females. So how I'm reading this then is that boys would get to practice with girls, and if it was a wrestling sport, they would wrestle with girls and so on and so on. Am I reading that correctly? And then I'm kind of wondering, wow.
Representative Lawley.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. What it says is that's allowed. If there's a purpose the school has for that, again, taking into account safety in those situations, that they can do that as part of team preparation. So yes, thank you. And Mr. Chairman, if I might continue, to your point, the test itself is not about being accused of, The bill does not put upon the university any duty to investigate. This bill is written specifically to somewhat describe what we all saw played out before us with regard to the women's volleyball team. And so in the end, there wasn't a lot of issue there. And so, again, there's normal recourses in the law. If someone makes accusations, slander, liable, for example, those are remedies that are there. But I think it is significant that there's no duty to investigate. There's no witch hunts. That's not the idea here. It's about known or have a reasonable degree of certainty, have a reason to believe. And so that was drafted very intentionally for that reason.
Representative Jarvis.
Thank you, Chairman. The only thing that I want to kind of bring to attention that I guess I see and I have a little bit of a concern with was I found out that it was intentional. I wasn't sure if it was, but the intramural, where it talks about this also applying to intramurals. Being from the background of college athletics and then also high school athletics in the competitive realm, I kind of see intramurals as pretty equivalent to PE class. You're playing it for fun, and it's to be part of something and to participate, whether it's at the little kids level or up through the college level. And there are a lot of times in intramurals where there's not enough kids that show up. So somebody throws in their little brother to play just so they have enough people to actually play and participate. I'm not sure the participation of males in intramurals really inhibits anything as far as opportunities to play at that higher level, which I really think that's what the bill is designed to do, is really inhibit the what's a good word? It's late at night. The competition. I don't know what the word is. I'm done. So, but I would urge everybody to kind of look at, do we really want to take it back to that far? Or is it just good enough to stay at the high school and college level?
Representative Connolly.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just a question. A couple of days ago, we did what's called What's a Woman Act. And we talked and talked and talked about the definition of what a woman is, how to define a woman. So it's just my question, I mean, I can support this bill, but my question is the definition of female in the bill doesn't match the definition of What's a Woman Act. So is that something that we can address, or does it matter?
Representative Lawley.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. No, we amended in this definition to what is a woman act. The bringer of that graciously did that so we can have uniformity. You're going to see the same definitions later in the bathroom bill so that we have consistency and uniformity in this area.
Representative Brown, Landon.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. To the bringer of the bill, my only hesitation to this bill is the unintended consequence. I think we need to do this, but the unintended consequence of what could eventually happen to our collegiate sports. We spend an exorbitant amount of money over at the university that, my alma mater, many of you in here alma mater. And if we put this into statute and we say, thou shalt not play against a team, and that requires a forfeit, has there been any discussions, and I know there was at one point with the conference that oversees this particular university, on whether or not we would be able to maintain our conference status? Are we going to be able to continue to stay as a Division I school in a situation like this where we continuously forfeit if there happens to be a transgender athlete on a team and we are forced to do this? Maybe it's not the entire collegiate conference. but maybe it is if we end up having to pull out and we can't attract, Division I volleyball or something along those lines. Has there been any discussion? Was there discussion with the university on something like that?
Representative Lawley.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. No, they did not raise that issue, but I can tell you in discussions I've had with others that we are going to see a lot of interesting things happen concerning the Mountain West Conference coming, and it has to do with the issue of female sports, and it will involve some of the University of Wyoming's athletes possibly, so.
Representative Campbell.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just a couple of questions to help clarify for me, especially to answer some of those questions that I get from constituents. So on page 321, your definition for female, I don't understand what will have means. Will have, under the page 3, line 21, definition of a female, don't have to clarify it right now, but the will have?
Mr. Chairman.
Representative Lawley.
Could you pull your mic closer because I honestly can't hear about every other word. So
Is that better? That's kind of creepy, isn't it? Is that better? Yes? Good, okay. So a couple of questions from constituents, so I have a better answer for them. On page 3, line 21, in terms of the definition, I'm being asked, what does will have mean? So clarity there would be appreciated. The other concern, because this was an issue that came about, especially with our elementary school kiddos, on page 6, line 20 through page 7, line 2. And it kind of speaks to, I think, other questions of clarity that came up. We had parents going to school boards convinced that this 6, 7, 8-year-old was a boy playing on a girls' soccer team or whatever, making some pretty serious charges and demanding the child be pulled from the team when the child truly, in fact, was biologically female. Would be the child that I was all through elementary school, middle school, junior high, high school, that was the tomboy, because I very much looked like, and hung out with all of the other boys. So these kiddos that look like tomboys are being challenged in public spaces because somebody believes them to be male, which is not accurate. So how we might address situations like that. Thank you.
Representative Provenza.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to go back to the question that was brought from the representative of this county in terms of maybe unintended consequences, and the bringer mentioned some kind of like ambiguous just claim that there will be consequences having to do with the association that oversees our collegiate sports. And so my question is, what's the volume of consequences? There are less than 10, maybe there are 10 specific trans students that are in the entire national association that are playing sports, of all sports. So I'm trying to understand what the volume is, because if we're weighing the potential unintended consequences of what this does on our athletes now versus the consequences of having 10 people across the entire country participating in sports that are considered trans, I'm just trying to weigh both of those scenarios. One seems a little bit more common than the other.
Representative Lawley.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. To the last question, I was referring to some testimony we had in committee in which a UW volleyball player did testify, and she announced that she was going to be part of a lawsuit against the Mountain West Conference. That's what I was referring to. I think the goal is to try to get these things clarified at those levels and get some movement in an area where, quite frankly, these institutions have failed these women. And that's what I was referring to. And it was based on testimony. It's not some vague thing. She made that announcement as a part of her testimony. If you need to go to mic. Yeah, and We got to get these people.
It-
Mr. Chairman? Yeah, well, yeah, while she's going there, I want to go back to the other question. First of all, the has-been has to do with development. You've kind of answered it yourself with your second question, but thank you for helping me there. And the other one is we work it out the way we normally do. We talk to parents. We look at, they can provide birth certificates if needed. But again, there is not in here no duty to investigate. You're kind of reading things in that aren't there.
Representative Brady.
Question? Or something?
Are you calling for the question, or do you have a question? Question being called. All those.
Thank you, Chairman. Oh.
Okay. Representative Brady, did you have something to say? No. Okay. Question being called. All those in favor of Chairman Andrews' motion that when the Committee of the Whole rises to report, it does so with a recommendation that House Bill 60 do pass. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. House Bill 60 has passed the Committee of the Whole. The next bill for our consideration is House Bill 130. The next bill for our majority floor leader, did you have?
Members, there's a lot of sickness going around. People are dropping like flies. We're going to shut this down, but I need the reviser's bill out. So we're going to do this reviser's bill, and then we're going to go home. So just I moved this up because time is short, and I need this out. So thank you for your patience.
The next bill for our consideration is House Bill 137. The reading clerk will read the bill.
House Bill 137, sponsored by Management Council, the reviser's bill. Mr. Speaker, your committee number 9, Minerals, Business, and Economic Development, to whom was referred House Bill 137, the reviser's bill, respectfully report, same back to the House with the recommendation that it do pass. Ayes, Representatives Campbell, Heiner, Knapp, Larson, Lawley, Schmid, Tarver, Weber. Excused, Representative Riggins. Representative Tarver, Vice Chairman.
You have heard the reading of the bill. What is your pleasure, Chairman Heiner?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move that when the Committee of the Whole rises to report, it do so with recommendation that House Bill number 137 do pass. And for the explanation, I'll turn it over to myself. Members of the body, every year at the end of our session, we go home, but the work does not end at that point. Our office here stays, and they have to assemble all these bills into the green books. As they do that, they find little errors here and there. They do a fantastic job of finding the errors during the session, but inevitably, every year we have a reviser's bill to correct some of those issues. So that's what this is about. It's 23 pages, but it's dealing with just a couple of issues. There's in the Wyoming Governmental Claims Act, it says that there was only 120 articles. There actually was 123. And then on pages 3 through 14, adding public to the Public School Foundation program account. And then I'm trying to make this fast. I know you all want to go home, as do I. On page 14, the foundation, it's called foundation account informally, and they put in program inadvertently. That has to be taken out. And then if you run to page 20, it says providing for, and it should be provided that. So pretty simple things like that. And last page on 22, under paragraph didn't have a space between the two words, and just adding that space. So please support me, and I recommend an aye on this bill, and then we can go home.
Question Question being called. All those in favor of Chairman Heiner's motion that when the Committee of the Whole rises to report, it does so with the recommendation that House Bill 137 do pass. All those in favor, say aye. Those opposed, no. House Bill 137 has passed the Committee of the Whole. Mr. Majority Floor Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I motion that the Committee of the Whole rise and report.
You have heard the motion of the majority floor leader. All those in favor signify by saying aye. All those opposed, no. Yep. You can spend the evening here. Okay, you're going to go right down there. He's going to help you. The reading clerk will read the Committee of the Whole report.
Mr. Speaker, your Committee of the Whole, having had under consideration bills on general file, begs leave to report as follows. House Bill 270 do pass. House Bill 271 do pass. House Bill 133 do pass amended. House Bill 206 do pass. House Bill 221 do pass amended. House Bill 168 do pass. House Bill 31 do pass amended. House Bill 164 do pass. House Bill 54 do pass amended. House Bill 86 do pass amended. House Bill 177 do pass. House Bill 5 do pass amended. House Bill 60 do pass amended. House Bill 137 do pass. Representative Guggenmoss, Chairman.
I move the adoption of the Committee of the Whole report.
You have heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The motion carries. Congratulations, Representative Guggenmoss. Thank you, Representative. Job well done. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we need one introduction to be made here. We are going to be introducing HB 0001, our budget, supplemental budget bill. Reading clerk.
House Bill 1, sponsored by Appropriations.
First reading of the bill.
General Government Appropriations.
House Bill 1. Let me read this here. Pursuant to Joint Rule 14.1.2, House Bill number 1 is referred to the Committee of the Whole. Okay, that will be that. Next, we need our messages from the Senate.
Message number 169. Mr. Speaker, the bill listed below passed the Senate on third reading in amended form by the vote indicated. Senate File 30, Wyoming's Investment in Veterans' Mental Health. Ayes 20, noes 10, excused 1. Message 170. Mr. Speaker, the bill listed below passed the Senate on third reading in an amended form by the vote indicated. Senate File 75, Coroner Investigations, Disposition of Decedent's Property. Ayes 30, excused 1. Message 171. Mr. Speaker, the bill listed below passed the Senate on third reading in an amended form by the vote indicated. Senate File 79, District Courts, Change of Venue. Ayes 30, excused 1. Message 172. Mr. Speaker, the bill listed below passed the Senate on third reading in an amended form by the vote indicated. Senate File 109, Open Enrollment within Wyoming School Districts. Ayes 26, noes 4, excused 1. Message 173. Mr. Speaker, the bill listed below passed the Senate on third reading by the vote indicated. Senate File 115, Judicial Review of Agency Actions, Limitations. Ayes 30, excused 1. Message 174. Mr. Speaker, the bill listed below passed the Senate on third reading by the vote indicated. Senate File 122, Voyeurism, Sex Offender Registration Amendment. Ayes 21, noes 7, excused 3. Sincerely, Ellen Thompson, Senate Chief Clerk.
Thank you, Reading Clerk. Committee announcements.
Standing committee, do you want 1 minute?
Yeah, standing committee reports.
House Bill 4, sponsored by Travel, Snowmobile Registration and User Fees. Mr. Speaker, your committee number 6, Travel, Recreation, Wildlife, and Cultural Resources, to whom is referred House Bill 4, Snowmobile Registration and User Fees, respectfully report, same back to the House with the recommendation that do pass. Ayes, Representatives Byron, Campbell, Connolly, Harshman, Jarvis, Provenza, Storer, Thayer, Wharf. Representative Byron, Chairman. House Bill 123, sponsored by Representative Nyman. Adverse Possession, Property Tax Payment Defense. Mr. Speaker, your committee number 5, Agriculture, State, and Public Lands and Water Resources, to whom is referred House Bill 123, Adverse Possession, Property Tax Payment Defense. Respectfully report, same back to the House with the recommendation that do pass with the following amendments. Ayes, Representatives Banks, Davis, Eklund, Johnson, Ottman, Provenza, Schmid, Strzok, Winter. Representative Winter, Chairman. House Bill 132, sponsored by Representative Smith, Annual Permits for Specified Commercial Loads. Mr. Speaker, your committee number 5, Agriculture, State, and Public Lands and Water Resources, to whom is referred House Bill 132, Annual Permits for Specified Commercial Loads. Respectfully report, same back to the House with the recommendation that do pass with the following amendments. Ayes, Representatives Banks, Davis, Eklund, Johnson, Ottman, Schmid, Strzok, Winter. Noes, Representative Provenza. Representative Winter, Chairman. House Bill 153, sponsored by Representative Banks. Permanent Vehicle Registration. Mr. Speaker, your committee number 5, Agriculture, State, and Public Lands and Water Resources, to whom is referred House Bill 153, Permanent Vehicle Registration. Respectfully report, same back to the House with the recommendation do pass with the following amendments. Ayes, Representatives Banks, Davis, Johnson, Ottman, Schmid, Strzok, Winter. Noes, Representatives Eklund and Provenza. Representative Winter, Chairman. House Bill 186, sponsored by Representative Wharf. Bear coupons, game and fish. Mr. Speaker, your committee number 5, Agriculture, State, and Public Lands and Water Resources, to whom is referred House Bill 186. Bear coupons, game and fish. Respectfully report, same back to the House with the recommendation that do pass with the following amendments. Ayes, Representatives Banks, Johnson, Schmid, Strzok, Winter. Noes, Representatives Davis, Eklund, Ottman, Provenza. Representative Winter, Chairman. House Bill 205, sponsored by Representative Strzok. Wyoming State Fair Department. Mr. Speaker, your committee number 5, Agriculture, State, and Public Lands and Water Resources, to whom is referred House Bill 205, Wyoming State Fair Department. Respectfully report, same back to the House with the recommendation that do pass. Ayes, Representatives Banks, Davis, Eklund, Johnson, Ottman, Provenza, Schmid, Strzok, Winter. Representative Winter, Chairman. House Bill 225, sponsored by Representative Brown Landon. Parking during legislative meetings. Mr. Speaker, your committee number 8, Transportation, Highways, and Military Affairs, to whom was referred House Bill 225, Parking during legislative meetings. Respectfully report, same back to the House with the recommendation do pass with the following amendments. Ayes, Representatives Banks, Brown, Geringer, McCann, Posey, Tarver. Noes, Representatives Larson, Nicholas, Wiley. Representative Brown, Chairman. House Bill 226, sponsored by Representative Campbell. License Plate Search and Rescue Council. Mr. Speaker, your committee number 8, Transportation, Highways, and Military Affairs, to whom is referred House Bill 226, License Plate Search and Rescue Council. Respectfully report, same back to the House with the recommendation do pass with the following amendments. Ayes, Representatives Banks, Brown, Geringer, Larson, McCann, Nicholas, Posey, Tarver, Wiley. Representative Brown, Chairman. House Bill 237, sponsored by Representative Wiley, License Plate Issuance. Mr. Speaker, your committee number 8, Transportation, Highways, and Military Affairs, to whom is referred House Bill 237, License Plate Issuance. Respectfully report, same back to the House with the recommendation that it do pass. Ayes, Representatives Brown, Geringer, Larson, McCann, Nicholas, Tarver, Wiley. Noes, Representatives Banks and Posey. Representative Brown, Chairman. House Bill 279, sponsored by Representative Nicholas, Property Tax Exemptions, Order of Application. Mr. Speaker, your committee number 3, Revenue, to whom is referred House Bill 279, Property Tax Exemptions, Order of Application. Respectfully report, same back to the House with the recommendation that it do pass. Ayes, Representatives Brown, Campbell, Lean, Locke, Lucas, Storer, Stivar, Wharf. Excused, Representative Riggins. Representative Locke, Chairman. House Bill 282, sponsored by Representative Locke, Property Tax Acquisition Value. Mr. Speaker, your committee number 3, Revenue, to whom is referred House Bill 282, property tax acquisition value. Respect the report, same back to the House with the recommendation that it do pass. Ayes, Representatives Brown, Lean, Locke, Lucas, Stivar, Worf. Noes, Representatives Campbell, Storer. Excuse, Representative Riggins. Representative Locke, Chairman. House Bill 288, sponsored by Representative Lean. Board of Trustees, Systems of Public Recreation Amendments 2. Mr. Speaker, your committee number 2 appropriations, to whom is referred House Bill 288, Board of Trustees, Systems of Public Recreation Amendments 2. Respect the report, same back to the House with the recommendation that do pass with the following amendments. Ayes, Representatives Alaman, Angelos, Bear, Haroldson, Pendergraft, Sherwood, Smith. Representative Bear, Chairman.
Thank you, Reading Clerk. Next, we'll need our committee announcements. Representative Andrew, Education.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Your committee number 4, Education, will meet Friday, January 31st upon noon recess in Capitol Extension Room 3 to hear 3 bills. We will continue House Bill 307, Poll Watchers, Polling Place Station Observation, House Bill 200, Parental Rights Amendments, and House Bill 324, State Elected Officials at Will and Regulations. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Andrew. Representative Washut, Chairman, Judiciary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Your committee number 1 will meet at 8 o'clock tomorrow morning in room 1 to take up 2 bills, House Bill 166 and House Bill 234.
Thank you, Chairman Washut. Chairman Bear, Appropriations.
This is a redux, Mr. Speaker, so here we go. Your committee number 2, Appropriations, will meet upon noon recess tomorrow at room E301 and online to discuss House Bill 21, School Finance Routine Maintenance Worker Calculation, House Bill 316, School Finance Model Recalibration 2, House Bill 293, Repealing the School Foundation Program Reserve Account, House Bill 305, County Optional Tax on Solar Energy Production, and referrals as assigned.
Thank you, Chairman Bear. Chairman Rodriguez-Williams, number 10, Labor Health.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Your committee number 10 will meet tomorrow morning at 8 a.m. in room 3. We'll hear 3 bills, House Bill 195, House Bill 274, and House Bill 222.
Thank you, Chairman Williams. Chairman Knapp, Corporations.
Thank you,
number
Mr. Speaker. Your number 7 corporations will meet tomorrow upon noon recess in E005 to hear bills HB 215, HB 170, and HB 262. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman Knapp. Any other announcements? Okay, seeing none. Chief Clerk, that clears the deck. Mr. Majority Floor Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, it's interesting to see how many people got sick today. It's pretty rampant. We need a long weekend where we can all recover. So tomorrow, we're going to do second reading, and then we're going to go into the budget bill. As soon as we're done, I want to get out as quickly as we can so we can have a long weekend and recover, because we're playing the long game, not just the short game here. So with that, Mr. Speaker, I move that we adjourn until 10 o'clock Friday, January 31st.
Thank you. You've heard the motion of the Majority Floor Leader. All those in favor signify by saying aye. All those opposed, no. Yeah, a little less aggressive on the no thing tonight. Yeah. Yes. Just one moment, ladies and gentlemen. We got one more announcement. Go ahead.
Body, quick reminder, your ethics reports are due tomorrow to the Secretary of State's office. Do not forget those.
Also, if you haven't signed for Coach Mowry, please make sure you do so. Thank you.
Thank you, Representatives. House as it stands adjourned until tomorrow, 10 a.m., the 14th day of session 2025, January 31st.